everyone. Thank you so much. We have a packed day today, including a joint meeting of the Board of Supervisors and the Mayor and Council, which I'm really looking forward to. That starts at 12:30 for those of you that are in attendance and watching at home. Also, I wanted to welcome our city clerk, Marissa Stoller. It is her first meeting that she's running for us, so I'm excited about that. I trust that you will lead us in this meeting and really keep us on time. Marissa, keep us on time because we're talkers over here. So we are going to start with item one. Item one is a public power in Tucson options and opportunity. At the request of myself and Council Member Schubert, we've requested that we have a conversation on public power in Tucson. So, Mr. Manager, I know that you have a presentation for us, but I also want to remind the community that this is a conversation that Mayor and Council have been having. Again, a little bit of the history of the work that we're doing in Tucson as Mayor and Council. We've been working for the past 5 years on a climate action and adaptation plan. And in that climate action plan, Tucson Resilient Together, Mayor and Council requested that we take a look at the possibility of public power in Tucson. We invested in a review and hired a consultant, and the possibility is there. There's some things that we have to consider, especially price. But I'm happy that Mayor and Council have been leading in that direction. And also, we've been having a conversation as a community with the City of Tucson and our Chief Resilience Officer about a possibility new franchise agreement with TEP. The community brought to Mayor and Council the idea of adding an energy collaboration agreement. This is an idea that San Diego and other cities have been talking about. An energy collaboration agreement is critically important for me to make sure that we meet the City of Tucson's climate goals. And it also defines investment by our energy utility company in our climate action work. So as of now, unfortunately, because of the Trump administration cutting funds for sustainability and climate work, one of the possibilities to be able to add funds for our Tucson Resilient Together plan is through the Energy Collaboration Agreement. We've been having conversations with the community, some of you which I see here in the audience, and we have been able to really put together an ECA that could potentially lead us in the right direction, creating a bridge for the City of Tucson while we take a look at the possibilities of public power in the long term. So with that, again, this is something that Mayor and Council have been working together on. I did request that Councilmember Schubert bring this conversation because public power is something that we're all seeing the community have. And I wanted to make sure that we presented the facts and figures to the public, and then also present the possibility of Mayor and Council continuing this conversation, our Tucson Resilient Together action plan, and making sure that we have a path forward. So with that, Councilmember Schubert has requested that we see the presentation first and then have a conversation amongst Mayor and Council. So Mr. Manager, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor and members of the Council. The Mayor summed it up pretty nicely. We've been working on these matters for a number of years, including outcomes of the Tucson Resilient Together Climate Action and Adaptation Plan. So today, we're providing the overview as requested on public power opportunities in Tucson. The presentation will be given by Fatima Luna, who's our Chief Resilience Officer, who's present online, and so she'll be presenting remotely. And joining me here at the table is Michael Catanzaro, our Energy Manager for the city. So with that, we'll provide the overview, and then we'll look forward to the conversation here with the council. So Michael has the remote, and Fatima, you're online, so I will turn it over to Fatima Luna.
Honorable Mayor, members of the council, can you all hear me okay?
Yes, council member, we're hearing you fine. I mean,
Well, thank you. Thank
I
you for
just
the
gave you,
opportunity.
I just gave you an unwanted promotion as council member.
Well, thank you, Mayor, and members of the council for the opportunity to present this update on public power in Tucson. So this study session is intended to outline the available options, what would be required to pursue them, and the trade-offs associated with each of them. So this is not a recommendation, it's a landscape overview to support your discussion. Next slide. I think it might be the previous one, sorry. Okay, so this conversation is driven by community interest. So we are consistently hearing concerns about raising energy costs, a desire for a more long-term rate certainty, interest in aligning our energy supply with climate goals, and a broader interest in local control. So that's so today's discussion is grounded on those priorities. Next slide, please. So before we start talking about the options, it is important to level set. So, and under Arizona law, forming a municipal utility requires voter approval. So if the city were to operate a utility, we would need governance, staffing, billing system, procurement system. So essentially building a regulated utility from the ground up. So we would also need to procure wholesale power. And so depending on the pathway, there could be interconnection or territorial disputes with TEP. So as some models used in other cities, such as community choice segregation, however, this is not currently authorized in Arizona. So in short, there are pathways, but none of them are simple. Next slide. So there are four distinct models to consider. First is community choice segregation, a municipal utility serving city-owned sites, a municipal utility serving new development, full municipalization within city limit. So each of these varies dramatically in terms of scale, risk, capital requirements, and then timelines as well. Next slide. And so in states where it is allowed, community choice aggregation enables the city to procure power on behalf of residents while the incumbent utility continues operating the grid. So this could be a tool for accelerating renewable energy procurement and therefore advancing our city climate goals. However, as I mentioned earlier, community choice aggregation is not currently legal in Arizona. It is on Tucson's legislative agenda, but until the state law changes, this option is not immediately available to us. So this is more of a long-term policy consideration than an operational one at this moment. And so next slide. And Michael is going to walk us through options 2 and 4. I mean, 2 through 4. Michael?
Thank you, Fatima. Michael Catanzaro, I'm the Energy Manager. First option I'll go over is the existing city facility. So the premise here would be we form a public power opportunity
Michael,
to serve.
can you put the mic closer to you so we could hear you?
You bet.
There you go.
So for this, we would use an existing city facility like a rec center or another municipal facility that has some generation at it in order to form the utility. So we'd both act as both the utility and the customer. This would be a controlled, low-risk environment. It would support resilience infrastructure because there would no doubt be batteries and some other things associated with it. And it would allow internal testing of some of the utility functions like billing, procurement of power, and those things. For option 3, this would be looking at a new development. Thank you. This utility would be formed specifically for a new subdivision, district, or campus. The infrastructure would be built from the ground up. It would avoid the acquisition of existing utility assets, which is a benefit, and it would be designed to scale with the development. Some of the strengths of this is that we know that at 5 megawatts, this can be sort of financially viable. That would be about 1,300 to 2,000 homes or 20 to 40 acres of commercial development or industrial, or a single large industrial customer. The limitations of this is identifying the location, any service territory conflicts that would arise, the legal environment, and then obviously the upfront capital that would be needed. For the 4th option is full municipalization. This was the subject of the GDS study from last year. The city would become the retail provider for the entire territory within the city. We'd have full control over rates, resources, and planning. This has obviously the largest long-term impact, and the full study, again, can be found in the materials, and it's about, and that's a very thorough report. Some of the characteristics or challenges with that is the asset valuation that was articulated within the report. I think we estimated between 1 and 3 billion. TEP has recently said their assets are worth 4. The condemnation and litigation could last several years. There's significant political, legal, and operational complexity with doing that. And less than 10% of efforts to fully municipalize from an existing private utilities at about 10% for cities and municipalities. It would require significant upfront capital, and we'd need voter approval to do this as well. And back to Fatima for this last slide.
Thank you, Michael. So separate from these public power options and also at your direction, Mayor and Council, last year, city staff held 7 community town halls to gather input on what residents would like to see in an energy collaboration agreement between the city of Tucson and TEP. So that feedback directly informed the draft of the energy collaboration agreement that the city and TEP have negotiated. So this agreement is tied to the potential renewal of TEP's franchise agreement, which will ultimately require voter approval as well. And so the draft ECA or Energy Collaboration Agreement and franchise agreements are expected to be released for public comment soon. And TEP is also coordinating 3 community meetings. These are next week. And we also have a tentatively scheduled study session for March 17 to provide more of a deeper review and discussion. And so with that overview, we're happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Yeah, thank you so much, Michael, Fatima, for the presentation. I want to go back to option 4 for a second. We did the energy sourcing study. Is what you've added in option 4 characteristics on that slide? Option 4. Option 4. The next one. There you go. All righty. So the option 4 characteristics, I think, is the following slide. Okay. Can you tell us where you got this information? Was this coming from the energy sourcing study?
Honorable Mayor, yes, this is directly from the study itself.
Okay. Can you or the city manager, Fatima, dig in a little bit more here, because when we hear the community talking about public power, some of the input that we are getting is that we take over TEP. And so I know that the energy sourcing study quotes $3 billion, but explain a little bit more in terms of the condemnation litigation lasting several years, examples of other cities that have tried to purchase the infrastructure built by the public utility, anything in addition to provide more information to the community about this particular option.
Honorable Mayor, members of the council, and I'll also invite Fatima to add what she's heard from the community. We've certainly heard interest in community choice aggregation independently, and also along with full municipalization, and along with moving our carbon goals, and along with ratepayer protection. So it's not been an all constant and all items input.
Right.
It's a pretty big bucket and lots of input across the board. Having said that, as far as examples of utilities that we can point to that have been successfully moved into a municipal model, there's a table in the report. It has about 6 examples. Only one is of the scale of a Tucson. It's in New York. It's about 1 million customers. The rest are 2,000 to 20,000 customers. So they're pretty small scale compared to us. That, coupled with the track record, is something that gives me pause. When we look at the scale, whether it's 3 billion or 4 billion, just for context, the entire city of Tucson right now holds about $1 billion worth of debt. That's between our water utility, our pension obligations. So we have about $1 billion worth of debt. It costs us about $100 million a year to service that debt. At a $4 billion debt, that is something that would be well beyond the scope of anything we've attempted before. So that doesn't mean it's impossible. That just means it's a fundamentally different approach than something we've attempted in the past.
So in order for City of Tucson to move in the direction of purchasing the private utility that is providing us energy right now, it would cost us anywhere from $3 to $4 billion. That's what you're saying?
That is correct, Mayor, as the acquisition cost, but there would be millions of dollars of additional cost to have the expertise, the legal advice, the actual people on hand to initiate it, and probably legal costs that are above and beyond that. And you also asked, I didn't answer in my initial answer, these can take up to 10 years, these types of efforts.
And so $3 billion, let's just say it's $3 billion to purchase the private utility infrastructure. We would have to pay about $300 million a year on top of the $100 million that we pay now for debt.
That is correct, Mayor. However, we would have the revenues ultimately from the electric utility in order to help finance that on the back end. So it wouldn't be resting on our current finances. It would just be layered on top, and we would have the new assets to pledge against it, and we would have the new revenues.
And then we would have to go out for voter approval to be able to do that.
I believe that's correct. I will defer to the city attorney on the legal question.
Thank you, Mayor. Just for context, we would actually have to go before we raised any of that money, because we have to both get approval from the electorate to allow us to go forward with it, what we ultimately would be a condemnation, and also we would have to float the bond as well for the initial outlay.
Before we would move towards
Acquisition, correct?
acquisition.
Correct.
When would the voter approval happen?
It would have to happen before we could proceed with instituting the condemnation or the proceeding that would be the litigation that would ultimately acquire the assets.
So it would have to be a carefully crafted step by step to get to the voter.
Correct.
Okay. Alrighty. Appreciate it. I know that a lot of us have talked about community choice aggregation, and that's something that the state legislature prohibits cities around the state from doing. It's something that we're pursuing, and it's in our legislative agenda. It just seems as though sometimes, it's a continuous fight against our state legislature to move forward in a direction to protect our working families. I think that as I hand over the item over to Councilmember Schubert, it is good that we're having this conversation. As I said, I requested that council member bring this item to the table so that we can present the facts, clarify, and then make a decision as to where we go as a mayor and council. It is devastating, the stories that I hear when it comes to utility services in our city. I've spoken with many working families that get $400, $500 electric bills every summer for 4 or 5 months, and what that does for the choices that they have in front of them, right? They need to pay their mortgage, they have expenses in medication. Many times what I confront is elderly, retired individuals that are receiving Social Security and receive about $1,000 a month, have to pay their rent and cannot pay a $250, $300 a month bill, electric bill. These are the people that we encounter when we do our distribution of heat kits that maybe some of you have helped us with, especially seniors that live in mobile homes in areas of our city that we see a lot of vulnerability, low-income communities, especially in mobile homes. They turn off their ACs or their coolers because they cannot pay their electric bill. And that we are seeing more and more of, and it is electric utilities and those payments are becoming more of a burden to working families in our community and throughout the country. And that is something that I have kept in my mind for a long time. I mean, I served Ward 1 for 12 years. And we started talking about climate at that time. But when I became mayor 6 years ago, we declared a climate emergency. And we declared a climate emergency with goals of creating our Tucson Resilient Together Climate Action Plan. And Tucson and Mayor and Council moved that climate action plan in record amount of time, 14 months, to put it together. And it is all of you that participating in putting the goals in that climate action plan, and 80% of those climate action goals we are either working on and have completed. This one in particular is something that it has been harder, right? Because of the complexity of the issue, it has been harder to confront. But the day-to-day, the working families, the seniors that are living paycheck to paycheck, they don't have much choices. And some of the innovative work that we are doing here at Mayor and Council and at the City of Tucson with our new Chief Resilience Officer and our Energy Manager, we're doing yeoman's work with the American Rescue Plan dollars that we were able to put in and put to work. This, for me, this one in particular is complex because for me, it's $4 billion, $3 billion, whatever the funds out there that people are saying the private infrastructure company costs. It's something that is not available to us right now. I feel as though we have so much need in terms of infrastructure, parks improvements, investments, that one of the things that we started talking about with TEP and the community was the Energy Collaboration Agreement. The Energy Collaboration Agreement, I see it as the possibility of a good result for our community and continued investment in our climate action work. But I want to make sure that we have a good conversation with our colleagues on the council. I want to see what you're thinking, Councilmember Schubert. So just ceding you the floor and see what you're thinking and what you're bringing to us to the table.
Thank you so much, Madam Mayor, and I really appreciate where you left off with your comments, centering the working families, the folks living to paycheck to paycheck, elderly people on fixed incomes who are looking to us to ensure that they're getting the best deal and being served, equitably, and that they have what they need in order to thrive. And I want to thank the people who are in attendance today, because it's pretty unusual to have a 10 a.m. study session that people are actually at. So thank you so much. I want to just begin, I want to pull us away from the scary conversation about billions of dollars and the legal realities that we're facing. I want to acknowledge that those fears are real, and it's important to go into this conversation with our eyes wide open. But first, I want to pull it back, and I want to acknowledge why we're here today. Because when the grassroots organizing effort for public power first started in earnest in October of 2023, this was a pretty marginal issue that not many people were paying attention to. And now it's on a study session agenda, and it's a part of everyday conversations here in Tucson. So I want to acknowledge everyone who has spoken up for a publicly owned utility, everyone who has attended listening sessions, shared their stories about TEP rate hikes, knocked on doors, and signed the petition for public power. So far, nearly 1,600 people have written to the mayor and council thanking them for the feasibility study and rejecting Project Blue and asking us to move forward exploring public power. Over 300 have signed the petition in just the last 2 weeks. So that is something that we must pay attention to. Over 4,000 people also signed the initial petition in support of public power. So the reason why we are here is to serve our constituents and to be stewards and representatives of what is being brought to us. And it's important to have the facts and to suss out which avenues we should pursue and which ones are maybe longer term. So as a body of the City of Tucson, we are responsive to residents. Between voting down the TEP franchise agreement the first time it was on the ballot, between all the comments and all the feedback we have received about the rate hikes, about Project Blue, we have heard loud and clear that Tucsonans prioritize climate resiliency, affordability, transparency, and accountability. So as we're moving forward with this conversation about really complex scenarios with pros and cons, I just hope that we can keep it grounded in the families that are being affected by these choices and in what's going to get us the best deal in terms of affordability, accountability to the public, transparency, and energy resiliency, cleaning up our grid. What is going to get us to our goals the most quickly, get us to net zero the most quickly. So I have a motion all queued up and ready to go, but I really do want to take the opportunity to hear from my colleagues about where you all are at. I know that from the Ward 6 office, we hear from people literally every day asking us to please take this topic seriously and to please look into all the pros and the cons of the different places we could go. I hope that this conversation can help us get to a point where we have a clear road, a roadmap to a future in which everybody feels like we are all on the same page, that we are being served by a utility provider that places people above shareholder profit, that people can afford their bills, they can expect predictability and accountability, that if we have large energy users, we can hold them accountable, that we can clean up our grid and clean up our air, It's going to take all of us strategizing together. This is a really heavy lift. So I want to open the floor to my colleagues to hear from you, and then I can make a motion later on. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Schubert. And I just want to remind all of us that the mayor and council joined Attorney General Mays in intervening in TEP's rate case to help safeguard affordable electric rates in Tucson. And so appreciate again, Councilmember Schubert, that you've added this conversation to the table. It's nothing new. It's something that we have been dealing with and thinking about and doing work on for some time, but I did want to make sure that I opened it up for my colleagues on the council and see what you like. Councilmember Cunningham.
So let's start with the model itself. And the model itself, as a core value to me, isn't the best model. In other words, it's a model that we have that dates back into the 1880s, where there were 8,000 people in Tucson, give or take, and the power companies actually only did street lighting, and that was after the gas lamps came down. And really, what Tucson electric power provides and how it's provided probably didn't start until 1943. But I wasn't really sure about all the source material. Fortunately, the Tucson Historical Foundation has all of the articles written about Tucson electric power in 187 volumes in a collection, and the Arizona Historical Society has them. This is a synopsis of part of it. In 1943, the Federal Light and Traction Company, the controlling owner at that time of the Tucson Gas and Electric Power Company, offered to sell the utility and the Tucson Rapid Transit Utility, which was our previous streetcar, to the city, and the city declined. The cost was for $9.1 million. The city of Tucson then went to voters to issue $8.5 million of bonds to purchase both the Tucson Rapid Transit and the utility, and the voters rejected them. The city filed a condemnation suit against the power company a month earlier, and the Arizona Supreme Court ruled against the city in 1946. So there is some historical precedent on what we're talking about. Ultimately, the company was sold to a company in Denver that ran the utility and it became Tucson Gas and Electric Power. The gas portion was sold to Southwest Gas in 1979, and a holding company, Unisource, was set up in 1998. Part of that charter was that Tucson Electric Power be publicly traded. It is currently publicly traded. It trades at $77 a share on the Toronto Exchange under the company Fortis. These are all facts. These are things that are undeniable. To purchase Fortis, which has a lot of other holdings, their estimated total valuation is in the $30 and $40 billion because they own different power companies around the world. So we could try a hostile takeover, a la Secret of My Success, Michael J. Fox, and try to raise $35 billion and buy Fortis. And that is an option. I'm not saying it's an option I'd be behind. I'm just saying that is an option. Another option is to issue bonds only for distribution and buy it back wholesale. Again, I have a tough part with that because some of that may come under the CCA provision, but more importantly, the FERC doesn't set those wholesale rates. TEP does. So we'd be buying we'd be buying an asset from TEP that we'd pay them for to buy power from. And I don't know if I'm good with that yet, if there's a financial model. So let's go to the second part, after the core value, where I think we should still have public power because there's a reason that their stock has gone to $77 a month. The second part of this is ratepayers. For me, this is all about the ratepayers. This is all about not having the rates go up. You said it yourself just now. We literally have people struggling to pay their electric bill. We have people in shelter who can't get a new apartment because they have a utility debt. that we're trying to rehouse. Those are the bigger issues here. It does not make sense for us to have to pay. So as everybody knows, I've proposed on our own renewable enterprise that could compete. A little competition never hurt. It allows us to do some things outside the box. It would be a very small experiment to kind of shake things up and see what happened. I'm going to start there, and I'll probably submit the memo. There's a couple other things. We want to have all our ducks in a row before we really talk about tree at this table. In the meantime, I've got some questions for the TEP people that are here, because I think it's important that we understand what we're actually trying to take on. So I'd like to invite, I don't know if it's which TEP person, Joe Salkowski's coming up.
Mr. Attorney, we could I'm just making sure that we can move into questions.
Sorry, Mayor, if the council is willing and able to, or wanting to do that, they can.
Okay. Mr. Salkowski, you could join the high mic.
Joe, how many residential accounts do we have in the city limits?
Before I answer that, thank you for the opportunity to talk. Joe Salkowski from Tucson Electric Power. Mayor, Councilman Cunningham, we have, TEP serves 414,317 residential customers as of the end of 2025.
And that's the whole region or just in the city?
That is the whole region, our entire customers.
And then you've got commercial customers too?
We do. As of year end, TEP served 40,166 commercial customers.
And when we did our study, was that to purchase the entire operation for the region, or was that just for the people in the city limits?
The study was focused on a proposed acquisition of just the distribution system within the limits of the city of Tucson.
So even if we purchased the system, you guys would be still operating everything outside the distribution system and outside the city limits?
Under the proposal that was studied, yes.
So you'd still be operating distribution as well?
We would be operating distribution outside of the municipality, whereas the city would operate, presumably the city utility would be operating.
So you'd have all the infrastructure in place to run the distribution, and then we'd have to also run distribution alongside of that?
So to answer, there would need to be some work done that wasn't really addressed in the study to separate the system. Our distribution network was developed to serve the entire region. We have substations within city limits that support service outside city limits and vice versa. So if the city were to move forward as proposed in that study, there would need to be some additional engineering to determine the best way to separate those two systems, and then some construction work, quite a bit of construction work, I would suggest, that would be necessary to essentially erect a boundary where none exists, such that the city could serve, a city utility could serve its own customers, and TEP could provide distribution service to the customers who remained.
And that would be a pretty significant capital investment.
Yes.
Moreover, I need to understand this. So we'd still be operating distribution, but you'd be interested. So that would create some unintended redundancy?
There would be a lot of redundancy between the city utility that would be stood up and Tucson Electric Power. As the presentation notes, the city would have to develop the capacity to operate its utility. That would involve employees as well as equipment and facilities, training, crews, and some of that, all of that really would duplicate capabilities that TEP already has and would need to hold on to serve its remaining customers.
So by having to do all of those things along with purchasing the distribution power, what I'm worried about is that may affect rates adversely. And so I need to be able to know that if we were going to make this move, rates would stay the same or go down. And if they, I don't think that can be guaranteed based on what Mr. Salkowski is saying.
Councilmember Cunningham, I'm going to
almost
open
done.
it up for others on the council, please. We're have
I have
5 minutes on the item.
Two more questions. Based on all that information, would you be able to recommend that we issue the debt to purchase the utility?
Honorable Mayor, members of the council, based on what we know today, I could not recommend that we issue the debt.
I'm done.
All righty, any others? Councilman Lee? And then Vice Mayor, Councilmember Barajas, Councilmember Dahl?
Thank you, Mayor. I will be as brief as humanly possible. I want to thank the Mayor and Councilmember Schubert for bringing this to the table. I know it's something we hear often, and I think it definitely deserves a conversation. So my gratitude to you both for bringing this conversation forward and to the team's work. I know you took some really complicated ideas and helped boil it down into something that brought us here today. As Councilmember Schubert said, during the Project Blue conversations last summer, I made a lot of phone calls to people across the political spectrum to really get a sense of how folks in Ward 4 wanted me to bring their voice forward to the table. And I heard consistently across the political spectrum that affordability around energy and the risk to uncertainty around their electric bills was a top concern for Tucsonans across the political spectrum. And so what I've heard is that what we're doing now is not really working for people and small businesses who are really struggling to get by. And I know a lot of people have a fundamental issue with people making hundreds of millions of dollars of profit off of hardworking people that require air conditioning to survive in this environment. So that is a very, very real sentiment in this community. And beyond government, to Councilmember Cunningham's point, competition is a way of markets being able to help protect consumers around affordability by having some competition. And I did hear consistently that there is a desire for competition, and we kind of went down that road with our fiber to the premises program, where we opened up and created an environment for more fiber internet providers to come to Tucson to drive down prices and make things more affordable for our residents. What I find interesting is the concept for option 3 of new development. Just probably being in Ward 4 and seeing houses going up, in neighborhoods of 1,500 homes at a time, or a lot of state land that could be used for large, high-wage, long-term job employers. I see potential there. I also want to look at what's actionable for today, and I'm curious what the motion is going to be here. But it looks like a couple of these options would require voter approval, which, Mayor, I think you mentioned is $800,000 to $1 million to put something on the ballot. And I'm also thinking the last few things that we've put in front of voters haven't gone so great. So I'm wondering if a community-driven initiative to get signatures and refer something to the ballot might put something in a better position to succeed if it were to go in front of voters versus the city putting anything on the ballot. So those are just my initial thoughts, but there is one piece that I also want to talk about, because when we talk about affordability, I know TEP does have a low-income program that often is surfaced, but in doing some research, that's $20 a month for a discount. So when we're talking about people having hundreds of dollars of an electric bill in the summer, I really think that, as we look at our negotiations for franchise agreement and whatnot, I think there's a lot of opportunity to do more than $20 a month for the low-income program. Because with rates continuing to increase, $20 does not go very far to address affordability. So those are just some of my thoughts in thinking about all of this. But again, thank you for bringing it to the table, and we'll see where this goes.
Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor and Councilmember Schubert, for elevating this and keeping it in front of us. I think it's important. And as Councilmember Schubert mentioned earlier, this has been, top of mind for a lot of our community members, especially the ones engaged in coming to mayor and council meetings, caught of the audience, being part of the organizing that's happening around data centers. Mayor, I also wanted to thank you, for your leadership through Tucson Resilient Together to have us here having this conversation. As mentioned by my colleagues, cooling is not a luxury here in the desert. It's a public health necessity. We hear all the same things, and we experience it ourselves, right, with these rising energy costs, putting a real strain on our families, our seniors, and our medically vulnerable residents. And I hope that that's something we continue to track so that we can continue to address this approach of trying to mitigate heat deaths in our community. So I think it's important, that we continue to engage in this conversation with urgency and a lot of discipline. And I think my only concern is at this moment, is directing staff to develop a detailed roadmap around full municipalization. And acknowledging that this type of work would require outside legal counsel and subject matter experts, and none of that is currently budgeted. Our study session memo made it clear that further exploration of these scenarios would require these external expertise and voter approval under state law, so we know that that is not a small lift, and that this generational infrastructure deserves thoughtful, structured process. I also want to make sure that in this conversation, it's not just a staff deliverable. We have a Commission on Climate, Energy, and Sustainability that exists precisely for these complex long-term policy explorations. And I want to make sure that as we're examining public power options, that this process be transparent, very public-facing, and rooted in community engagement from the beginning. As mentioned again by my colleagues, we're working on guardrails for large water users, and I think it's also important that we're thinking about guardrails for large energy users, particularly data centers. And if we lack meaningful public leverage or control over our energy systems, our ability to regulate these high demand users in the desert environment could be structurally limited. So this is part of a long-term conversation as well. And I think it is important that we, center equity, because we want to avoid creating a two-tiered system where wealthier residents can opt into cleaner, cheaper energy options while low-income and medically vulnerable households are left behind. So I want to make sure that that equity analysis is embedded from the beginning in any public process and not something that we include at the end, Mayor. Thank you.
Councilmember Barajas and then Councilmember Dahl.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Councilmember Schubert, for bringing this to the conversation today. And I too think we, moving forward, we'll need a clear roadmap and to continue the dialogue. This is a challenging conversation for our community. Public power sounds like an opportunity for our community to have more direct control, but it is difficult and costly and will take years. The benefits of public power are decades out, and our community members are facing high costs now. So with that said, community choice aggregation could potentially get us better negotiating leverage to procure a greater share of renewable energy, but enabling legislation from the Arizona legislature would be required. I understand community frustration with potential rate hikes, along with our Tucson community's strong values around climate action and adaptation, and our office too receives many phone calls from our constituents needing assistance to cover their bills. And those phone calls aren't stopping anytime soon. But if we stay the course with TEP, we must maintain that our commitments to our residents and our businesses, ensuring that our frontline communities, who are often the most impacted by both high energy costs and climate risks, are not left behind. Our goal is affordability along sustainability for everyone in Tucson. And I love the idea of including more of our commissioners, as our Vice Mayor shared. If the goals of pursuing public power are to advance climate action, economic resilience, and equity-centered policy in Tucson, the costs and risks associated with establishing a municipal electric utility are extreme. Additionally, from what I understand, TEP currently employs about 1,500 of City of Tucson residents, about 100 Ward 5 constituents, and I know I've heard that they enjoy working at TEP, and that this is, I'm just curious to know how those jobs could be affected as we explore various options. I also have a couple questions. What are sources for funding for Tucson Resilient, Tucson Climate Action implementation? And then is funding through the Energy Collaboration Agreement potentially a significant source of funding to achieve our long-range climate action goals? Thank you.
Honorable Mayor, Councilmember Barajas, currently we are coming off of the initial funding for the implementation of Tucson Resilient Together. A lot of that was one-time dollars, and we've actually consumed most of that. The Energy Collaboration Agreement, which is not finalized and is not released yet publicly, at least the negotiation to this point has included some significant funding for climate action by the city that would be provided by TEP. That's, of course, assuming that it would come to fruition. So our next investment in climate, beyond the investments we make as part of our Prop 101 and Prop 407, we do a lot of climate investment as part of our voter-approved initiatives, but as far as like a base budget goes, that would be the next source of funding for climate action in Tucson, would be through the Energy Collaboration Agreement.
That would be via a shareholder funds through TEP.
That's correct, Mayor.
Councilmember Dahl?
Thank you, Mayor. Thanks to my colleagues, Miranda, for bringing it forward, Mayor, with your support. I really liked what the Vice Mayor said. I like public power, and I want to give a comparison. Our neighbors to the north have two large electric utilities, Arizona Public Service and Salt River Project. One's privately owned and one's a public utility. APS customers paid 24% more than SRP customers in 2022. I mean, that shows me that public power can create lower rates. I also know that Salt River Project came about because of an act of Congress with lots of federal investment and was an afterthought to the building of the dams that farmers needed that also happened to produce electricity. So it had a different sort of life story than what we have here. I agree that we're not in a position to even do the preliminary foundation work. And I've told this to my friends. You can lobby us a lot, but the budget realities of the city of Tucson this year, next year, maybe the year after, means that we're not going to come up with what we need to really start the process the way it could be started. I encourage you to continue to ask us to do it and to find ways to find that support. It's also a political decision. I mean, I think all of us read the political environment, and we're not getting votes for measures. I mean, maybe the RTA next will pass, and our losing streak will turn. So to do an investment of up to what, $10 million towards a vote that will cost $1 million, when we don't see the complete public outcry. We see informed people. We see people who have done the research, and elsewhere it is beneficial. But the genesis needs to be thought out very carefully. I think we can take steps. My colleague, Councilmember Cunningham, has an intriguing proposal. We've talked about some other small steps. And I have a question I'd like answered later. The acquisition of utility assets for small development, you came up with 5 megawatts. I'd be interested in what the costs are with lower megawatts. The idea of regulating large energy users, in my mind, that's outside of our purview. That's Arizona Corporation Commission. But I'd like to ask the city attorney to give us an answer, not today. Can we incorporate that when we're talking about the large water users or AI and data centers? So that's pretty much it. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Dahl. I don't see it as one or the other. I see it as us, the city of Tucson, mayor and council, and our community participating with this process that will take a long time. It shouldn't be, no, we're not going to do it, or yes, we're going to jump in and spend $5 billion in purchasing the private utility infrastructure. The ideas and creativity that have been put at the table by our team and the community are something that we have to pursue immediately. I love the idea that the Vice Mayor has brought, that we sit down with our Commission on Climate, Energy, and Sustainability and have a conversation about what is possible in building a roadmap to what's good for Tucson. And that could mean starting slow and really about how is it that the city of Tucson can provide our own operations, our own energy to our own operations. Possibly even, as Councilwoman Lee said, think about new development. And us as customers ourselves, like Tucson Water, we consume a lot of electricity. But it's not for us to be able to say yes this or no that. It's about being able to hold hands as a community and working through our Climate, Energy, and Sustainability Commission and finding the steps that are appropriate for us. We bring up the idea of purchasing private infrastructure. To be honest with you, I'm not interested in purchasing TEP's infrastructure. I'm not. I don't want to spend 10 years and the possibility of $4 billion. It just would be an exercise in futility. I want to do it our way, Tucson's way. And I would start small, creating a plan or a map. And in the meantime, right, we have some realities to have to deal with. We have the realities of an expiring franchise agreement this year with Tucson Electric Power. We have the reality of the work that has been done by the community already, right? They've given us incredible feedback. I think we all received a thick pile of paperwork of the input that the community has given us on the possibility of an energy collaboration agreement that will request funds from TEP to continue investing in our climate work and weatherization programs for our residents, especially low-income and vulnerable residents, that will help them bring their utilities lower. So looking forward to what ideas you have and then for us to be able to contribute to your motion, Council Member.
Thank you, Mayor Romero, and thank you, colleagues. Really appreciate hearing from you all. I feel hopeful in hearing the common themes that we are all prioritizing, that piece about affordability and being accountable to the ratepayers and centering the families that are affected by these rate increases and by our energy delivery system now and into the future. I appreciated Nikki making the point that she's talked to people across the political spectrum who all also share these priorities. I think this is an opportunity for us to hold hands, as Mayor Romero says. I don't like to think of this as a hostile takeover. I think that this is about all of us partnering together and having our shared priorities being serving the families of Tucson. And I also think it is important to make the point, we got in a little bit of a cul-de-sac with Councilmember Cunningham about jurisdiction and TEP service boundaries and how that interacts. So that's an important point. We aren't the only ones who are affected by TEP's operations. There are also people living outside city limits. There are regional stakeholders as well. So I think that's an opportunity that we should all reflect on and see how we can bring people together. I also hear from, Councilmember Barajas and Mayor Romero about the energy collaboration agreement being an important bridge for our climate resiliency work. And I don't see this conversation or discussing these options as being at odds with that, and I certainly don't want that to be the case. Vice Mayor Santa Cruz, thank you so much for bringing up the importance of acting both with discipline and urgency through a thoughtful and structured process that really does center equity. So, I want to say that whatever options that we pursue, we have to make sure that we're not leaving people behind. Here in Tucson, electricity isn't optional. Increasingly, it's necessary for survival. We barely had a winter this year. At a recent energy affordability session, a resident on Social Security disability told us his budget bill TEP payment jumped from $169 to $328 a month for a 700 square foot condo. And I believe he's also on fixed income. That's before a proposed 14% rate hike is decided by the Arizona Corporation Commission, a hike that Chris Mays has argued could be far lower while still protecting reliability for ratepayers. At the same time, TEP's parent company, Fortis Inc., continues delivering strong returns to shareholders. According to the Attorney General's expert testimony, the proposed rate increase could amount to $148 million in annual transfer from Tucson families to shareholders. The families we're talking about that are on fixed incomes, trying to support their families, are elderly or differently abled, and really depending on energy to help them survive. Our responsibility ultimately is to Tucson residents, especially those most vulnerable to extreme heat and rising costs. We need to explore long-term options that align with our climate goals, strengthen economic resilience, and ensure that no one is left behind. This motion is about laying the groundwork to decide which energy pathways are truly worth our time and our energy in both the short and the long term. And I mean, I don't ever want to give the impression that I think that any of this is going to be easy or that it is just a matter of political will and making the decision to go forward. This is a complex terrain that we're navigating on, and I think it's important to go in with both eyes open and not let fear of the unknown dictate our action. Okay, so given rising TEP bills, the medical necessity of cooling in Tucson's climate, and the opportunity to align our electricity supply with Tucson's climate resilience goals, I move that Mayor and Council direct the city manager to return within 90 days with a public power update that includes the following. Number one, resilience hubs, a plan for a low-risk pilot that could include a combination of forming a small city-run utility that serves one or more city-owned properties or new developments. I request that this plan include a prioritized list of city-owned properties that could serve as small-scale community resilience hubs with estimated costs, savings, and community benefits, and a description of how this could possibly lay the groundwork toward a future municipal utility. Number two, municipal utility options, additional opportunities to explore municipal utility models for existing city facilities and/or new developments. Number three, municipalization roadmap, a high-level roadmap for potential full municipalization of TEP's system, including an overview of the valuation process required, cost analysis of potential impacts of the purchase price if TEP expands its existing infrastructure to serve data centers, B, all the legal and financial considerations, C, opportunities for collaboration with regional partners and other municipalities within TEP's service area, and D, a strategy for building broader stakeholder buy-in. And then number four of my motion is equity and accessibility analysis, an assessment of how each explored model, which includes microgrids or community choice aggregation, if it ends up getting enabled by state law, would impact low-income residents and medically vulnerable households, with recommendations to avoid creating what Vice Mayor Santa Cruz said is a two-tiered system. We don't want to leave our most vulnerable behind. And I also appreciated Mayor and Vice Mayor's flagging that we should be consulting with the Commission on Climate, Energy, and Sustainability on these options. I think that's awesome. I'm all for that. And then finally, ongoing reporting. A proposed semi-annual reporting structure to the Mayor and Council to provide updates on resident energy costs, local energy use trends, relevant state legislation, progress on resilience hubs, and any other emerging public power considerations. And I want to add that I hear you all here, that we're not hot to trot full steam ahead for taking over TEP. I get it. But I think that it's important to have all of our cards out on the table and to fully explore all of these options in good faith and do it transparently and so that the public can understand and not just have to take our word for it that something's not a good idea. So with that, that's my motion.
So there's a motion. May I have a second? Motion dies for lack of a second. Is there any direction
Well, Mayor, I would like to make a substitute motion.
already?
Um,
Or just a motion?
Oh, okay,
Because
well,
the second, the
just kidding.
first motion
All
died
right.
for lack of a second.
from our conversation, I would like to move that we bring our Commission on Climate, Energy, and Sustainability to take the lead on this process that Councilmember Schubert kind of laid out, that investigates our long-term options that align with our climate goals and the exploration of long-term opportunities for a public power option. And I want to just include those updates that Councilmember Schubert mentioned, that the city manager make sure that these are regular reports to mayor and council so that he can keep us updated on these resilience hubs and reports on the nexus of public power with Tucson Resilient Together, our climate action and adaptation plan, and updates from the Commission on Climate, Energy, and Sustainability.
There's a motion. May I have a second?
I second.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Councilman Lee?
Just super quick to confirm what the vice mayor's motion is. I was concerned about the 90-day timeline for that work and if it was possible, since this isn't the only thing that you guys are working on. So yours doesn't include like a 90-day, right? It's just to come back. Okay, perfect. I just wanted to clarify.
And my question is, most of the work will be done by the commission, not staff.
Yeah, the conversation should continue, and I would encourage Councilmember Schubert to use this language and make sure that it goes over to the Commission on Climate, Energy, and Sustainability. In terms of the resilience hubs, there's a lot of significant work that we are doing that already, so that is ready information, really. And then, of course, the Energy Commission, the Climate, Energy, and Sustainability Commission can continue that work. I really want to make sure that our resilience hubs are well thought out and geographically imagined, I would say, throughout the city of Tucson. There is one that we've paid special attention to, the one that we're including with the conversations that we've been having the last 18 months with TEP. This is Donna Liggins. Donna Liggins is a resilience hub that we've already had conversations about, and are working in partnership with ECA and the community and TAP. So the motion is to continue this conversation with our Commission on Climate, Energy, and Sustainability. Anything else that you all, any clarification?
For clarification of this item is independent of the tree item that I'll be bringing to mayor and council the next month.
Alrighty, so there's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any against? Motion carries. Wonderful conversation. Thank you all so much. Really appreciate it. Alrighty, so we move on to item 2. Thank you all here. Really appreciate it. Looking forward to continue working with you. Thank you. What is it? Oh, we have to. Oh, okay, that's true. Oh, we still have a little bit of time, no? Do you think we can do this in 20 minutes? The item 2 budget, which is basically the insurance, the health insurance. You think we could do it in 20? I think we could, okay. Okay. Good. Alrighty, so item 2, time has been set aside for an update of the fiscal year 2026 budget and discussion of the fiscal year 2027. Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor and members of the council. As we continue our journey on the budget this year, we're at the point where it's time to talk about the employee benefits, namely healthcare and related items. And we have an employee benefits committee that works with us year-round to wrestle with these items. And we have an update for you here today. I want to make it clear, you could act on this item today if you had clarity and you want us to move forward. That is helpful to us. But we actually could have that decision made on the next meeting on the 17th. The reason we need it in March is so that we can start with open enrollment by May and get effective communication to the employees, and then we also include it in the manager's recommended budget. So we feel we have a good proposal for you and recommendation. It came from the benefits committee to me, and I forwarded it to you without changes. So with that, I will turn it over to Assistant City Manager and Chief Financial Officer Anna Rosenberry to give you the highlights.
Thank you, City Manager. Thank you, Mayor and members of the council. As has already been stated by the City Manager, I'm here presenting the manager's recommendation for our health benefits package for fiscal year '27. And I've been assisted by Linda Kyle, our benefits administrator in the Business Services Department. Linda and I get to work with the Employee Benefits Committee throughout the year, as the City Manager described, on this topic. This committee includes representatives from all of our labor groups, as well as non-represented employees. Every meeting is attended by our health benefits consultants and sometimes attended by representatives of other service providers. The committee met 10 times this past year to bring forward this recommendation to the city manager. And I'm happy to tell them, I was happy to be able to tell them that the city manager was moving forward with all of their recommendations to you today. As many of you are aware, we self-fund our employee medical benefits. We don't purchase insurance. We pay our own medical and drug claim costs through our self-insurance fund, and we work with selected vendors to provide services and medical networks to our employees to access their health benefits. This self-funding has many benefits to us in this program. We avoid profit-taking by an insurance company. It's easier for us to predict cost increases from year to year because we're not playing in the insurance market. We retain plan savings from year to year, and we're able to more easily make changes to our benefit plan designs as we see fit. The committee also looks at comparison employers and what they offer their employees, and suggests and encourages employees to attend education and open enrollment sessions through all the channels that they have with the employees that they represent. The committee also helps us figure out ways to increase employee wellness participation in our programs. We've got some information that shows they've been very effective for us in the last about 18 months. In response to how much medical costs continue to increase each year, the committee has really been key to expanding the reach or the participation that we've seen in our lowest cost plan. Over the last couple of years, we have opened that plan to retiree participation, and we've considerably increased education that we offer about that plan, as well as the benefits of health savings accounts themselves. Yep. Oh, thank you. Yeah, sorry. The slide contains a number of the strategies that the benefits program has been using over these last years. For the first time in 5 years, we solicited proposals recently for medical, prescription, wellness, dental, and the employee assistance plan services. And some of your committee members served on that proposal analysis team as well. Upon the committee's recommendation this last year, we rolled out no-cost employee memberships at city recreation centers. And like I said, we've significantly increased the number of employees participating in the Motivate Me wellness program in the last 18 months. The committee was really critical for us in identifying some of the roadblocks that they saw for participation, and we were able to make some changes that positively impacted how many of our employees are participating in those important wellness and screening activities. As many of you are aware, we offer 3 different benefit plans when we talk about medical and prescription benefits. And each employee every year during open enrollment gets to select which plan they'd like to have for the coming 12 months. We have the network plan, the health reimbursement account plan called HRA plan, and the health savings account plan called the HSA plan. All of these costs have all of these plans have different costs and different benefits available when you enroll. The network plan is our highest cost plan. It's what you would call a platinum, or in the old days was called a Cadillac plan. It has a very high level of coverage and it has a high cost. The HRA plan is an older style reimbursement account plan. You don't see many of these plans anymore offered by employers, and we'll talk more about that in a minute. And then we have our health savings account plan. This is a high deductible plan with a health savings account. It's the lowest cost plan. The differential, if you do the math on these, the network plan in total costs about 60% more, 60% more than the health savings account plan. And the HRA plan costs about 25% more than the health savings account plan. Since 2023, we have been making a concerted effort to educate employees and retirees about the benefits and the costs of these plans so that they can make a choice each year at open enrollment. And we have successfully moved the needle. If you look back at our enrollment in these plans in 2023, again, that highest cost plan had enrollment of 2/3 of our employees, and the lowest cost plan made up less than 25% of employee participation. This most recent year, we've seen a dramatic change. The health savings account plan, the lowest cost plan, now has more than half of employees enrolling in it, and that network plan, the high cost plan, now has enrollment of right around 40%. The health reimbursement account plan continues to shrink. The reimbursement account itself isn't as advantageous for most employees as a health savings account plan, and a lot of our education focuses on describing how a savings account can meet a lot of needs for people going forward. The recommendation of the health benefits program for fiscal 27 is as follows. And if you read in the memo, we talk about how our total estimated cost increase that the committee and the city manager are really grappling with for the coming fiscal year was an increase of $11.2 million in plan costs for fiscal 27. The request for proposals process for new service agreements are expected to help us avoid approximately $6.4 million of that cost increase through better pricing arrangements for the city and for employees. In addition to the RFP savings, we have a number of changes that are recommended. There are changes to the network plan design changes, and the network plan really sees the most plan design changes this year. There's recommendations to increase the deductible, increase the maximum out of pocket, increase coinsurance, and increase copays for medicals and prescription drugs. This is done because the network plan is expected to run at a deficit for this plan year, and we need to make some changes to the plan design to mitigate the losses that the plan sees. On the health reimbursement account plan, we're recommending a plan design change to eliminate the contribution to the reimbursement accounts. In those type of plans, only the employer can contribute to a reimbursement account, and the recommendation is to eliminate that reimbursement account contribution from the city for this year and all future years. And I'll talk more about what the committee and the manager are recommending regarding the future of the HRA plan in just a minute. For the health savings account plan, I think this might be now the number one question we're getting when it comes to what are you suggesting for plan changes for the coming year? Will we be able to afford to keep the enhanced health savings account amounts? And yes, we will. The recommendation is, based on the financial performance of the health savings account plan, we can afford to keep the increased health savings account amounts for the coming year. We're recommending doing that. We're also recommending that we continue to front load the city's contribution to those savings accounts. That's an important cash flow feature for people who participate in that plan. The recommendation does include premium changes. These premiums are the amounts that come out of paychecks or monthly amounts that retirees pay to enroll in the plans. The premium changes that are recommended are a premium increase of 10% on the network plan and 5% on the health reimbursement account plan. And again, because of the positive financial performance of the health savings account plan, for the third year in a row, we are recommending no increase in that premium. Participants who are currently on that plan and stay on that plan for the coming year will not see an increase in the amount that comes from their paycheck or is paid as a retiree in that plan. A part of the recommendation does include increase in the city's cost to the program of $1.1 million. And then the recommendation included two kind of future year items. One, as I alluded to with the health reimbursement account plan, the recommendation is to plan, how do I do this without saying plan too many times? Okay, let me start over.
I just want to call attention to the time. We have 10 minutes.
I'm
Okay,
sorry.
so
Okay.
we need to hurry it up
Okay.
because I want to make sure that we have time for questions.
Got it. I think as you read the memo, we're recommending phasing out the HRA plan, as well as making changes to our basic dental plan that's offered next year. We would be doing education about both of these topics this year. Our information includes the changes that employees would see per paycheck. Those amounts would range from $0 to $19.83 per paycheck, depending on plan enrollment. We also contain amounts that would be saved by switching from the network or the HRA plan to the health savings account plan. And we continue to move forward on our important KPIs. Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for the reminder.
Thank you, Anna. Really appreciate it. I just want to thank you and your team, and then, of course, the employees that participated in this. I know that they met a lot of times, more than 10 times, to help us come to this recommendation. And so I know that all of the labor unions participated in the benefits committee meetings, and this is the recommendation that they've given to us. So any questions, Councilwoman Lee, and then Vice Mayor, and then Councilmember Dahl.
Super quickly, also wanted to thank the Benefits Committee for all of their work on this. Two things that I want to just point out. I've been talking to Lara quite a bit about the rec center membership option. I'm really hopeful we can get that number up. I don't know who says this, but they say that the heaviest thing to lift at the gym is the front door. You know, I don't know who says it, but it's kind of brilliant, so I stole it. But Tim is fake laughing. No, but anything that we can do to reduce friction and make it easier for people. I know it's complicated. I sat down and I understand the process and the tax implications and all of that. But if there's anything we can do to make that continually better for our employees and get them in the door for preventative health reasons, I think that's awesome. And lastly, I think last year, you all did some education work and talking about prescription alternatives. I know I've talked to you, Anna, about that. I saved a lot of money on a prescription recently just by using GoodRx that was free. And I know we can't recommend other things, but the idea of using alternatives versus our insurance, it can actually save us money and save the plan money. So I want to make sure we're still doing that and getting people in the spirit of competition and driving down prices. How can we do that ourselves?
Mayor?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor, for the presentation. I appreciate y'all working really hard to secure, more affordable option, having, high quality benefits for our city staff and retirees. I'm really encouraged to see the significant migration to the HSA plan. I think it went over 50%, and so that's really encouraging. And then also frustrating that what we're putting into our insurance continues to go up, even though we were told that if we relied less on the HMO plan, that our insurance costs would be more affordable, and that is not happening. So a couple of questions, because I know, right, there was a protest filed with Cigna, and I'm just curious about some of the things that they're saying, because they're saying that a $6.4 million in savings is only based on the fiscal year 27 projections. Is that the case, or are we kind of reflecting over time, doing some contract term modeling that helps us get to that number?
Okay, Honorable Mayor, Vice Mayor, we will look to our attorney, and because this isn't actually an RFP that's still in dispute. However, what I would say is the 6.4 million, I think it's correct to characterize that as a savings against what our estimate would have been. However, the RFP has landed in the least cost option of the submitters.
Okay. And so I guess maybe, yeah, not to like get then into the back and forth of that, but city attorney, so you're reviewing these protests and you're confirming, right, that our process is defensible and we used all of our procurement responsibilities?
That's correct, Vice Mayor. We have a process for dealing with these kinds of disputes handled within the procurement division, and they're used to doing that, and they can do it very well.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Councilmember Dahl?
I'm reflecting that right after we talk about public power, we're talking about how we're having to do healthcare for our employees, where every other civilized country has national healthcare, and that's where this should lie. So I'm wistful. I have a question, but it doesn't need to be answered now, is as we migrate to Blue Cross Blue Shield, which has a great reputation, but I wonder if the people, the doctors and specialists we see will be roughly the same, or will that cause much disruption among our staff? But even with that, I hope we can give them direction to proceed further, to proceed as they request. Do you need a motion?
Honorable Mayor, Councilmember Dahl, a motion today would be helpful. It could delay till the next meeting, but today would be helpful.
So moved.
Alrighty, so there is a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? Councilmember Cunningham.
So a few things. I have the same concerns that the Vice Mayor brought up about the process and the switch. It seems that the process that we have is very fair and totally within the law. It also seems that, again, like all processes, that sometimes different agendas can be manipulated. I'm not saying that happened here at all. I'm saying that it concerns me that the potential is there to happen. Again, it's just tweaks to every process. Two, my big thing is about an off-ramp, and my biggest piece about an off-ramp is that I want this, I'm happy that we went out to bid to kind of put some leverage in the idea that we could lower our rates. I like that. But anybody who bought DirecTV with the NFL package in the 90s remembers that you get it for $79.99 a month one year, and then the next year it'd be $129.99 a month. And I hate that. So I really think we should build into our model an off-ramp and an option to rebid every year. I know that creates some work for us, but it also creates some leverage for us that I think is pretty important. The second thing I'll say is, and the real reason I want the off-ramp, is that it's not a big secret at this table, though the public may not know, that I'm working for an idea that we can bid the management of our fund, of our health insurance fund, with the county and the school district concurrently. And I think by doing that, it opens up a myriad of possibilities to even develop a single payer option for children universally in Tucson. And so that's kind of my working theory. There's some research to be done and some I's to be dotted and T's to be crossed, but the bottom line is that that's why I'm so specific with this on-ramp. And I want to be able to, so as much as possible within the negotiation, please tell me how our off-ramp and renegotiation process works.
Honorable Mayor, Councilmember Cunningham, the contract is being negotiated on a one-year term that could be renewed up to 7 years. So it does have an annual opportunity for us to either continue the contract or do an RFP in replacing of it. It also has a built-in 3-year market check on the pharmaceutical side. So I believe it achieves those outcomes you're looking for.
And speaking of the RX side, the county and the school district right now utilize a specific RX provider. Is ours consistent with that, or does RX provider have some consistency to be consistent with them? Flexibility to be consistent with them. Jesus.
Honorable Mayor, Councilmember Cunningham, under our RFP, in this case, Blue Cross Blue Shield would be the provider for the health care and prescription and wellness. So it's all, unlike the other two where the pharmaceuticals are done by a different company, ours is all bundled.
that will work. I'm good with this. Thank you.
Alrighty, any other questions or comments? I think we did it. We did it in 20 minutes, y'all, with the motion on the floor. Yes, Clerk Stoller.
I got a so moved, but I don't know what that means in terms of, was the motion to direct the city manager to proceed with the health benefits recommendation?
Yes.
Thank you.
So we have a motion and we have a second. If there's no further discussion, then all those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any against? Motion carries. What we're going to do right now, we're going to take a break and then head over to the Pima Association of Governments building. We're going to have to finish the study session when we return from the joint meeting. And so we're going to recess, attend the joint meeting. And by the way, there is lunch waiting for us at noon at the PAG building, and then from there at 12:30, we'll start the joint meeting. So let's go to recess and then have a good joint meeting with the Board of Supervisors. Afternoon. Thank you so much for joining us today. I'm Mayor Regina Romero, and this is the second of the Mayor and Council and Board of Supervisors joint meetings, which I'm very excited about. I'm here with my colleague and Chair of the Board of Supervisors, Jen Allen. Jen, did you want to add an opening?
Also, just a welcome. I'm very excited for this second meeting and look forward to a productive conversation.
Alrighty, so this is the meeting, the joint meeting of the Board of Supervisors and Mayor and Council of the City of Tucson for March 3rd, 2026. The meeting is called to order. May we have a roll call for the city, please?
Councilmember Cunningham. Here. Councilmember Dahl. Here. Councilwoman Lee. Councilmember Barajas. Here. Councilmember Schubert. Here. Vice Mayor Santa Cruz.
Here.
Mayor Romero.
Here.
And we will do roll call for the Board of Supervisors.
Supervisor Cano. Supervisor Christie. Here. Supervisor Hines.
Present.
Supervisor Scott.
Here.
Chair Allen.
Here.
Let the record show all Pima County Board of Supervisors are present.
And now we will stand for the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Righty, we move on to item 3, and item 3 is land acknowledgement, and I would like to, as has become tradition, do a land acknowledgement prepared by Pima County. On behalf of Pima County residents, we honor the tribal nations who have served as caretakers of this land from time immemorial and respectfully acknowledge the ancestral homelands of the Tohono O'odham Nation and the multi-millennial presence of the Pascua-Yaqui tribe within Pima County. Consistent with Pima County's commitment to diversity and inclusion, we strive towards building equal partner relationships with Arizona's tribal nations. Item 4. So Chair Allen and I wanted to just do a little bit of an opening and setting up the scene, I would say. This, as we said before, is the second of the Pima County Board of Supervisors and Mayor and Council meeting. And these meetings are hopefully going to be quarterly so that we can at least have 4 a year. And our intention is to find solutions, mutual solutions that we all agree on issues that are bigger than one jurisdiction can handle, right? These are issues that both our residents, our mutual residents, because City of Tucson residents are Pima County residents. And so we started in our first meeting talking about the homeless crisis that we see in our streets and how the city and county has been working together to find solutions that work for our community that we can all invest in and make sure that we follow up. So these meetings is a continuation of the conversation that we had in our first meeting, the first time around. We will have presentations on the work that we've been doing together. And then we hope that we can save item 7 to open it up for comments, questions, you know, and all of your input in it. So I just wanted to say that, again, we're very happy to be here. Thank you to the Pima Association of Governments and the staff and the executive director, Mr. Michael Ortega, for opening this space for all of us to make sure that we have all of the necessary infrastructure to make these meetings happen. So I'm very happy to give you the floor, Chair Allen, and help us open up the items with your thoughts.
Well, thank you. And I would want to echo, again, thanking everyone at PAG for letting us use the space. And then also for the staff, because as you know, as is clear, we are all hopping in from other meetings and doing this and going back. And so I know that our clerks are IT and tech comms are scuttling from location to location today. So very much appreciate your swiftness and agility in moving from meeting to meeting. I also want to thank the mayor and Supervisor Scott for bringing together the first joint city-county meeting and getting this ball rolling. I appreciate your leadership in doing that, and I'm looking forward to helping continue those throughout this year. I think as the materials that we all got show, there is so much that the city and that the county are both doing to make sure that our residents all feel safe and secure in the place that they love and they call home, to provide meaningful resources and support for people struggling with substance use disorder, mental health issues, and to address the housing affordability crisis, right? We understand, as evidenced by the complexity of the plans that we have in place, that there is no single fix, right? Because at the root of it all is humans, right? And we are all complex little beings. And so therefore the problems and the solutions are complex and require kind of not a one size fits all and systems thinking. And I think this is evidenced by seeing that if you squeeze the balloon on one side, right, it pops up somewhere else. People in washes and bike paths are there because of an affordability crisis, lack of low barrier shelter and traditional housing beds, insufficient behavioral health and treatment options, right? Folks have been moved from city parks and washes. They end up on the loop, they get moved along again, and then the cycle continues, right? And this is why, exactly why, meetings like this and collaboration and systems-wide actions are so essential. So I appreciate that when people in this room come together to talk, right, that's when policy change happens, right? Because we are all privileged to be policymakers. So our task today is to do just that, talk to each other, and maybe a couple of other things. We should listen to the updates and listen for where city and county collaboration is and isn't working. Listen for duplication, right? Because normally that's a bad thing. And ask questions to understand if what we're doing is really working, and are we making complex system-wide change, or are we just squeezing the balloon? Ultimately, where we want to land at the end of this meeting is that we identify opportunities that we can create sort of a force multiplier effect, because we are collaborating and playing on our strengths. Right? So with that, I look forward to the discussion and the presentations.
And our staffs flipped a coin, and coin decided who was going to present first. But if you think about it, just to follow up on Chair Allen's opening statement, is that since we met the first time, there's already a lot of work that we are escalating, and not just continuing, but escalating in terms of the partnership on. I think that as we hear from the presenters, what we were thinking of is write down your questions, your observations, your commentary, and let's open it up in item 7 to open up for your questions. But what Chair Allen and I had talked about is think about, as you ask your questions towards the end, think about what is working. What are the partnerships and the programs that we're leading together that are working? And then how do we take action together on the gaps that exist? So with that, it is my pleasure to introduce our Assistant City Manager, Liz Morales, to present and give an update on the Safe City Initiative.
Thank you, Mayor Romero, Chair Allen, to our distinguished electeds in the room. Thank you for this opportunity to speak. Yes, last time Steve and I were able to present, I shared the rollout of our Safe City initiative. And we're moving beyond just the individual efforts and building a system, and now are building a system around what is working. That means formalizing deployments, strengthening pathways to treatment, pivoting proven models like Star Village, and aligning our work more closely with county partners. Safe City is no longer just a coordinated response. It is becoming a structured framework built around measurable outcomes. Thank you. Well,
Did we have a slideshow
thank you.
or a PowerPoint?
Yeah.
That was loaded.
There we go.
Need the city one, please.
Is it one after the other?
We're getting it there.
Okay,
Liz.
thank you.
Sorry to interrupt.
My apologies. Yes.
Yeah, we didn't actually receive a copy of that.
Yeah. Alrighty, it looks like they didn't receive it. So all of
All right.
you should have a copy of the Safe City Initiative update. Yeah, it's right in front of you.
We will do that.
And you can follow Liz's presentation there.
Thank you. So, in just talking about building a system around what works, next I'd like to talk about the policy guidance. Oh, there we go.
There it is.
Yep. Yeah. Still on, not on presentation. Okay. Thank you. Next slide, please. So I'd like to first talk about our Safe City Task Force, which was established in November. We have a very broad representation and very broad and diverse across multiple sectors, along with community members who bring lived and professional experience to the table. Over the course of the 4 meetings to date, the group has engaged in in-depth briefings and dialogue built to share, to have shared understanding of key city departments, our programming, services, and all things that we put under the Safe City umbrella. The task force also served as a forum for policy review and feedback. For example, in December, the city attorney's office provided an overview of the drug loitering ordinance and associated treatment pathways to treatment. And then we had our director of transportation and mobility, Sam Credio. He presented on our transit safety and security action plan, incorporating the members' questions and input, which we were able to deliver back to mayor and council. Each member contributes a distinct perspective and area of expertise. Together, the task force plays an important advisory role in strengthening the Safe City Action Plan and ensuring the policies reflect thoughtful, cross-sector insight into these complex challenges facing our community. Next slide. I'd like to speak for a moment around deployments, which is something we share. We've been able to coordinate and do some incredible work along the loop, but we've also expanded it throughout the city. Our Tucson Police Department has used these targeted deployment strategies to address areas with chronic nuisance activity and quality of life crimes and direct support of the Safe City Initiative. In 2025, TPD conducted 13 focused deployments along the Santa Cruz, Relito corridors, the Loop, South Park and Ajo, 12th and Irvington, South 6th Avenue and I-10, and other high-impact areas that we have located through data and community concerns. These deployments are intentional and data-driven. Encounters are tracked to monitor connections to services, identify repeat contacts, and assess behavioral change over time, ensuring that the efforts are not only enforcement-based, but that they are also outcome-focused. A key component of this strategy is deflection, redirecting individuals to treatment and supportive services instead of booking when appropriate. While deflection is prioritized when feasible, we know that not every situation meets the criteria. We've had 2 additional deployments. So for the total of 15 deployments we've had since we started, Tucson Police has made over 360 contacts, resulting in 328 arrests, 1,097 total charges, including 332 misdemeanors, 68 felonies, 345 misdemeanor warrants, and 24 felony warrants. But at the same time, these deployments facilitated 29 shelter placements, 26 detox acceptances, 15 medical assisted treatment referrals, and the clearance of 53 encampments, demonstrating a balanced approach that integrates enforcement with diversion, treatment access, and neighborhood stabilization. Next slide, please. I also now want to talk about our Star Village, which is operated by Primavera Foundation, and Old Pueblo Community Services provides supportive services. It is funded by the City of Tucson on City of Tucson property, and it opened officially on October 15th as part of our, to support an important critical gap in the emergency shelter and stabilization system. In just over 120 days of operation, the program has provided safe, structured shelter and supportive services to 73 individuals, serving on average 23 women and non-binary individuals on a daily basis. Star Village continues to focus on stabilization, trust building, and service connection for individuals with complex needs. Since its opening, of those who have left the program, we've been able to put 4 into permanent housing, and 8 have been able to go on to other temporary housing opportunities. One of the things Star Village is already demonstrating is that models like this can improve public safety without requiring a police intervention. I want to share one crime stat that we received from our Tucson Police Analyst Unit. We looked at the 1 mile radius of Star Village, and if anyone knows, it's around Grant and Stone. Thank you. We looked at the 4 months prior to opening Star Village and 4 months since its opening. We had a total incidence of 1,010 4 months prior to this opening, and since its opening, we've had 633 incidents, a reduction of 34% of police incidents. So already demonstrating, again, this is fills an important gap. It also helps address an area that was already experiencing a lot of concerns of criminal activity, loitering from nearby residents. I also want to talk about how the multidisciplinary outreach team, which is comprised of professionals from El Rio Health, Old Pueblo Community Services, and our city's Housing First program, we call them the MDOT team. They connect people in encampments to medical care, behavioral health services, and ultimately permanent housing. And for Star Village, they conduct field outreach Monday through Thursday, every morning, first thing in the morning. And they cover the 1 mile radius around Star Village. And they also have coordinated bi-monthly cleanups and outreach events. They put a beautiful tent out front that allows for residents, neighbors, volunteers to come. And it really builds trust with the residents that are staying in Star Village, and they all help with the bi-monthly cleanups. This consistent presence is strengthening the community. It's building relationships and increasing neighborhood involvement. Next, I'd like to speak on the city. Under Safe City, we're really doing an emphasis to strengthen pathways to treatment. If we can, on the next slide. There's been some really important work happening between the city and the county. A few months ago, thanks to Councilwoman Lee, really saying, what can we do around an ordinance? Our city attorney, Roy Lusk, put together a draft ordinance around how do we address, what other tools can we have to address the open air drug use? After review and stakeholder input, we have pivoted from an ordinance to really looking how to strengthen and better utilize existing tools that we have. And this includes improving charging documents. Thank you to Pima County Attorney's Office for working with our team, which will allow our police officers to submit charging documents to ensure cases are complete, consistent, and positioned for meaningful intervention. Post-arrest pathways are being clarified and strengthened so individuals are more consistently connected to the appropriate treatment and services. In addition, we are currently underway looking at how we can coordinate and work together around high utilizer strategy, focus on identifying individuals with repeated public drug use arrests and chronic system contact. This includes structured cross-agency data sharing between the city and the county partners so we can understand patterns and intervene earlier. Outreach and engagement efforts will be coordinated to ensure consistent messaging, service navigation, and follow-through. We want a clear consequence framework to be implemented that really ensures people are being directed, hopefully to treatment instead of prosecution. We believe this approach reflects the city and county alignment to ensure with enforcement, courts, behavioral health providers, outreach teams, that we're working from the same playbook. Treatment remains the preferred path. However, continued harmful behavior will result in progressively deeper system engagement, reinforcing that accountability and care must work together. Next slide. So you all received both through your clerks, but today I wanted to provide you a paper copy of the Safe City draft. It's still in draft, the action plan. And this will provide us, again, a framework to have long-term impact. The action plan outlines and proposes clear priorities, roles, and coordinated strategies across departments and partners. It has defined strategies that's paired with measurable metrics to ensure accountability, to track progress, and to guide continuous improvement. The next step for this, our task force will be very actively working on this document to provide us guidance and input. We also will have a public engagement process that will launch this spring so that our community can tell us and say, did we hear them? Are we hitting the issues that they're dealing with? We want to strengthen transparency and build shared ownership of this strategy. And so we are committed to transparent reporting and regularly sharing data, outcomes, and lessons with all of you to be able to demonstrate that we are having measurable progress with our Safe City initiative. Thank you.
Thank you, Liz. And I just wanted to add that, in Mayor and Council and our team at the City of Tucson, we actually are proud of being an organization that is innovative and tries different pilot programs. We try things. If things don't work, we pivot. And it's something that we're very proud of, that we're continuously piloting and expanding the pilots that are working for us. And those that are not, then we put them aside and then we pivot to what is actually working. So I'm proud of the draft Safe City Initiative Action Plan. You are all invited to participate in the community engagement opportunities. Take a look at it. This is a draft, and I'd like to call it a living document where we continue adding to our Safe City Initiative as we move along. Chair Allen.
Well, you will him rookie air. It's like on Zoom, right? You're on mute. You also have two documents. One is the One Pima initiative, and then a slide deck that is an update on the One Pima initiative. And with that, I will pass it over to Deputy County Administrator Steve Holmes, who will walk us through the update to One Pima.
Thank you, Chair Allen, Honorable Mayor Romero, our wonderful Board of Supervisors, our City Council members, and of course, our County Administrator, Jan Lesher, and our City Manager, Tim Tomier. Thank you all for having me today. I begin this presentation kind of really delivering in this spirit of both partnership and solidarity with the work that we've been doing together for quite some time now, right? And it's a lot of what you'll see today is rooted in a lot of the work that discussions we've been having collectively, right? This, although we're presenting Pima, the One Pima initiative as a wonderful document that brought coherence, sponsored by our Supervisor Cano, and I thank you for that, because it did bring some coherence around how we are working and how we're thinking about the work, but equally important, you'll see how this really dovetails a lot with the conversations we've had ongoing. I will start with, I think I can do this. Okay. These are the priority areas that you are shared in your document, starting with loop cleanup, strengthening our public health and treatment access, expanding treatment and diversion programs, stabilizing housing and preventing homelessness, and supporting impacted neighborhoods and small businesses. These are the frameworks that actually was driving today's presentation, and which I'll share in greater detail, kind of our status update. On December of 2025, our Board of Supervisors took action to really contract outside of just what we had in-house to actually do our cleanups. And this was really sparked a lot about in our partnership on our deployments, right? As we were working our deployments at that time, Chief Kazmar was getting a hold of us, hey, can we work and coordinate this work together so that as we're coming in, you guys are coming in and cleaning up, right? So that there's visibly this, not only just partnership, but a signal to the community that we want to make sure that we're actually cleaning out those areas that have been a great concern, and the issues that have been driven a lot of this work. To date, you see we've allocated about 85 tons. That's a lot of stuff, right, that we've pulled out of there, and about $100,000 that's come out of our budget to really try to continue to make sure that our county asset is clean for the people that want to use it and continue to use it. We have a continued investment that's part of our budget this upcoming 27 year to make sure that this is expanded, and that we make sure that visibly we know that as we're engaging our deployments that we're cleaning up after those as well. And then equally important, we have a loop survey that was launched in February 26 to be able to get feedback from our participants on the loop to let us know about what they feel about the loop, how concerns about safety, issues that can actually lead to better just outcomes, but more importantly, better experiences for those who want to take their families out there in a ride or a walk or whatever they partake in. Okay, I think I got this pretty almost. I'm going to point at every one of you until see which one goes. If Andres, if you can go to the next slide. There we go. I may go backwards. In our public health and treatment area, I think one of the things that's super important, you'll hear a lot about it today with our health department under the direction of Dr. Cullen. One of the discussions we had as part of our joint Metro Justice meetings was to really look at documents that we had between our jurisdictions that had a lot of overlap, but weren't really synthesized into kind of a real full gap analysis. So you hear a little bit about how those documents were all synthesized into some potential policy recommendations and some outcomes that would be great for discussion around this table to see where investments need to be made to improve on some of those gaps or try to fill some of those gaps. Some of those are not jurisdictional issues, but are statewide that are going to require a lot of collaboration around policy and, quite frankly, a little bit of influence from those around the table. One of the things that we're proud of is our heat collaboration during season of heat. Our health department has coordinated a lot of efforts in the summer. We are a hot place, and as such, we deal with a lot of concerns around people who are unhoused or are dealing with the heat. We've had many efforts that are collaborative. I know as part of our budget next year, we're looking at a division within our health department to actually deal with environmental issues such as heat as well. And so that's to be determined how that actually develops, but it's actually rooted in that idea of look at some of these environmental issues that we're facing and how we can begin to have the health department assist in those in a more formal way. And then lastly, really looking at our legislative priorities, which are super important as we begin to look at how access is actually supporting our folks who need additional help. Right now, we're dealing with a lot of issues with just healthcare in general and how people can afford, those that are willing to actually go through treatment, are they able to even afford the services? And then lastly in here, one thing that we will be doing as part of these gaps analysis is we're looking at a longer term injection of people that are leaving the jail who have actually are in MAT services one of the issues that's come up in some of our gap analysis, people are leaving and not going, filling their prescription, right? And so that doesn't help if people are leaving the jail having gone through MAT services and then are back out in the streets really, trying to deal with their addiction, right? And so this long-acting injection actually lasts for up to 30 days. And so that's something that we believe will be a game changer in this space as well. Under our priority 3, we all know about the Transition Center. That's been a partnership. We are actively recruiting all positions to begin operating 7 days a week in April 1st. We see some great movement and hiring so that we can make sure that 7 days a week things are operable. That has been a concern from our courts that, they want to make sure there's some parity in the way they work with clients, but having it open 7 days a week is going to be a big step for our community. No pun intended. I'm moving on to steps in that, which is our supportive treatment and engagement program services. As you recall, part of our Metro Justice meetings have been discussing a lot about how do we make our specialty courts more effective, right? And so I've been engaged in conversations with our county attorney's office in collaboration with pretrial services, in collaboration with our public defenders, to really look at what resources need to be there to not only support better outcomes, but equally important, what are some system improvements that have to happen across those areas so that we have the outcomes that we need. We serve just under about 868 people a year. In that program, we have, or at least are qualified, about half of those people end up kind of actually participating, and then about a half of those actually complete the program, right? And so we can do better, right? And how do we do better is a coordinated effort between the courts and our county attorney's office to get better outcomes in that space. And equally important is our drug alternative to prison program, our drug court. We met with our presiding judge and who said that, if we want to make this better, we need another surveillance officer. Part of our investment in the courts as part of our One Pima initiative is to look at supporting our county attorney's office with additional attorney next year, along with a surveillance officer for the DTAP program. And so that, I think, will continue in the spirit of improving our specialty courts that reside under our jurisdiction. I'm going to go through this quickly. A lot of you have this information. These are just the current status of our opioid settlement funds. I think it's really important. We've received just a little over 30 million to date. It's actually 31 million, but we have non-pooled jurisdictions that receive money as well. So if once that money goes out to Oro Valley and Sahuarita, we're left with about 30 million. This is how it's broken down based upon the One Pima agreement and jurisdictionally percentage of how that's doled out or pooled. And equally important, you can see here that the efforts that we worked on with the ROSAC committee, that $8 million of ongoing 3-year commitments to our RFPs, which I'll go into more detail, are in here as well and have been already allocated. I have to note we are scheduled to receive $126 million out of this settlement, but that's over 18-year period. What the problem is, we do not know when those funds come in. This allocation, the last time we received money was, I believe, August of 25. And so this is why when we're looking at allocations, we want to be really sure that money is actually coming in, because it's not a predictable kind of income stream that we're getting. This is to date. This is what our ROSAC committee approved as part of the last RFPs that were approved. As you can see here, I'm going to go into greater detail because this is super important. This is what actually got funded and what remaining funds after RFPs were allocated. We have had conversations with our ROSAC committee to see what we want to do with the additional 1.7 that's there. They've been the ones that have been guided a lot of our discussions. As of now, they've only approved 300,000 of the 1.7 to actually resubmit the RFP for mobile MAT services, which was unallocated, as you can see from this chart. They felt it was super important. So roughly about 1.4 million is still being discussed by the ROSAC. There are members that want us to reissue RFPs. As you know, there were a lot of our community organizations that did not receive any money. They were kind of disqualified from it, and they would like to see us kind of go back out and do that. We will update both boards to make sure you're aware of what decisions are being made in that space. I do know Liz and I have been collaborating around maybe looking at a continuum of services for people leaving the STEPS program and seeing if we can house them in maybe another unit. That's another place where I think we can have great impact. I have to note too, one of the concerns around the Safer Center in here, the Safer Centers particularly as,
If I can,
Yeah.
pause you for a minute, can you use the other mic next to you? Because that one seems to have failed.
you got it.
If you can turn it off.
How's that? Better? Maybe. So, Mayor Romero, just as we've been discussing the Safer Center in particular, 2.2 has been allocated for a 6-month pilot. I have to note, is it me?
Mine is working
there-
just fine.
Mike, you got cheap mics. You need better mics. Okay,
Can we try another one? Maybe Kevin,
Okay.
can you hand him your mic?
maybe is it
Could turn it off, yeah.
better? So maybe when I'm sitting, huh? Is there interference with the clicker? All right. Okay. In this allocation of 8 million, this includes $2.2 million that's been allocated to the Safer Center for the next 3 years. I just have to note that even though it's a pilot, we haven't determined whether we're going to move forward with this or not. There is still money allocated in this budget for that if we find success in that program. And I just want to note that because I think there was some confusion over what was allocated because of the 6-month pilot. I just want to bring clarity to that. So 2.2 is allocated in this year and in the following 2 years. And I'll end with these last 2 slides. Briefly, just very proud of what we've been able to accomplish in the housing space and collaboration. 20.9 million for 28 affordable housing projects have been allocated. That really makes up 1,857 units of affordable housing for 30 years. Right, that's huge impact as we continue in that. I know 5 of these projects are awarded funding sites from the city of Tucson. Thank you for your continued work in that space. The 10-year strategy plan for funding of $250 million over 10 years. Thanks, Supervisor Hines, bringing that forward. I think that's going to really be an impactful policy for us over time. Our board actually allocated additional $3.5 million this year from our traditional $5 million to really look at keeping people housed. As you can see here, we have 649 total households that have been served for weather repair, rent, mortgage, housing that were not just affordable housing, but really supporting those that were housed and need additional support. And then lastly, we continue to work on a sheltering dashboard. We're looking kind of early April. I'm trying not to set a timeline because there's a lot of people that need to play together, right, to get this data, but really is looking at a shelter dashboard and working with TPCH and CERO to really get that going. So stay tuned for that. And then thank you for our investment with Supervisor Cano's, our Silver Lake Mission community, really looking at budget considerations for neighborhood revitalization that goes hand in hand with the work that we're doing. And then this is just really showing the partnership that continues to be regionally for us, particularly as we participate together with our Safe City Task Force, our implementation meetings, our Safe City deployments, our Metro Justice meetings, and then including our other jurisdictions who have been really supportive and making sure that we're coordinating services for those that are in encampments, individuals that are unhoused. So I will end with that. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Holmes. I just wanted to thank Pima County. I know the Transition Center, Kate Vesley really participates in our Safe City deployments. Every time we have them, they're happening once a month. I wanted to thank Liz for your presentation, and I want to especially thank my colleague Supervisor Scott, that really in my work as mayor with the chair, I've had the pleasure of working with three Pima County Board of Supervisors chairs now, and every single chair that I've worked with, we've advanced in the partnership between Pima County and the city of Tucson with Chair Grijalva, we decided to pool our money together, our opioid funds together, and created a plan and strategy on how to get that done. With Chair Scott, we were able to put the Metro Justice team together because in the work of unsheltered and the opioid behavioral health crisis that's happening on our street, the justice system is a big, huge part of it. So it's the justice system and also the housing, right? Shelter, low barrier shelter. So TPD is the one that, interacts with the sheriff's department, and then the individual interacts with the courts and all the services that are attached to it. So thank you, Supervisor Scott, for your work on that. And I'm looking forward to advancing additional work with Chair Allen. I also want to thank Tucson Police Department and our community outreach and resource engagement or core officer team, as well as Community Safety, Health, and Wellness, our Pima County Justice Services, Pima County or our Public Defender's Office in the city of Tucson, our MDOT team, and every volunteer and nonprofit organization that works in our Safe City deployments. And then I know, Mr. Holmes, that you finalized your presentation with the regional collaboration slide. The county administrator's office, the health department, and justice services are represented in the Safe City Task Force, as well as in the Safe City implementation meetings, the county administrator's office, as well health department, justice services, and Office of Housing Opportunities and Homeless Solutions. They all participate in our Safe City conversations and in our Safe City Task Force. So just wanted to add that, and wanted to see, Chair, if you wanted to invite both our city attorney and our county attorney to add to the conversation in the presentation that we just had. And I believe it was Liz that talked about our joint efforts in the justice system, and wanted to see if County Attorney Laura Conover and Roy Lusk wanted to add to our work together.
Sure, thanks, Madam Mayor, and I'm happy to hear from Mr. Lusk as well. We've been doing a lot of work together since the last meeting, and as the countywide executive and executor of any of the stuff that we're talking about here today and at the last meeting, I'm feeling very optimistic about where we can go from here, as long as it all continues to align with prosecutorial policies at the Pima County Attorney's Office as approved by the county. Since last time, I wanted to give a lot of grace and room for the city to explore a possible ordinance. I wanted to allow the city time and space to do that. But instead of waiting while that research was conducted, I'm really thrilled that previous Chief Chad Kazmar and Mr. Lusk and I charged ahead on a renewal and expansion of the county attorney's office ongoing threat of harm, which is our overall training. In early December, I personally delivered the ongoing threat of harm training to over 80 regional law enforcement about how we could improve the information in the hands of the prosecutor at that very first hearing, which really goes to the heart of everything that the city and county have been talking about and maybe trying to get at with that ordinance. If we can improve who we are focusing on at that first hearing and get better outcomes at that first hearing, we can go so far. It took time to turn that into 4 bullet points, because you got to memorize 4 bullet points out on the street when you're a street level officer. And that got delivered in early January. Distribution has gone out. I am thrilled to say that our prosecutors who are running those initial appearances are already reporting tremendous success. And so much thanks to the Tucson Police Department for adding information that we need in that hearing that happened so fast post arrest. And then I'll end here by saying that so much work together with Mr. Lusk, former Chief Kazmar, I think with former Chief Kazmar, it's going to be smooth sailing into working together, continuing through the county. And then it is with tremendous excitement that an absolute pro within the department has now been promoted as chief in Monica Prieto. And so I think it's a point of real optimism about where we can go from here. And I'll be here for questions. Mr. Les?
Thank you, Honorable Mayor, members of council, members of the board of supervisors. I will echo what Ms. Conover has already said, that we've had lots of good, positive conversations about how we can use the existing tools that we have. Obviously, I'll applaud also Councilmember Lee's insistence that we explore those tools and to use them in a better way to make sure that if we didn't go with the ordinance, we went with something that was effective. And I'll also applaud the membership of the mayor and council to encourage us to continue to think outside the box and also work with our wonderful partners at the Pima County Attorney's Office, which we've done. And I want to also thank Ms. Conover specifically about providing those tools as we're addressing what we would call the highest utilizers of the criminal justice system, and focusing on putting the right tools in the right hands and making sure that we're being efficient with the resources that we have. Obviously, always asking for more resources, but but of course, understanding that if we are focusing on what we need to do with the folks that we're getting into the system, with our specialty courts, with our substance use options for treatment, all of the things that the mayor, council, and the board of supervisors have put into place to allow someone to make a better decision, and then utilize those tools to make themselves a better life, then we're going to continue to go down that road.
So from the work that has been done with the city attorney and the county attorney side, I know that we have improved charging documentation. We have clearer post-arrest treatment pathways. And then we also have coordination developing a high utilizer strategy, which is something that we didn't have before. And so the work from our first meeting to here, we've been able to work even with the Safe City Task Force to explore the open air drug use ordinance. And it was because of the Safe City Task Force that we did a strategic pivot and said, everybody felt as though the best pivot was to strengthen the existing legal tools that we had. And we're just going to have to continue making sure that we're coordinating on that side. Chair Allen, did you want to include anything else or move on to the next item?
I am anxious to hear the Safer Center update, so I'm happy to keep moving on the agenda. So I think next we have a presentation jointly by Dr. Terry Cullen, the director of Pima County Health Department, and I believe Liz Morales as well.
Thank you, Chair Allen. I will just start by saying we don't have any slides to share, but we're going to speak on what is the latest. So Dr. Cullen will start us off.
Yeah, good afternoon, Mayor, Chair, members of council, members of the Board of Supervisors. Thank you. I'm Terry Cullen. I'm the health director at Pima County. We're going to talk about SAFER, but before I do that, I want to go back to some of what Steve Holmes presented in terms of the ROSAC, the Regional Opioid Settlement Committee. And we don't have slides. We have shared this in the past, so hopefully none of it will be a surprise to anyone that's in the room. As you are aware, as the mayor discussed, we did take the opportunity to pool funds from 4 jurisdictions. This is very unique in the United States. It remains unique. The vast amount of jurisdictions where there was a large city and a large county separated their funds. I am proud that I'm a member of the ROSAC committee where we were able to blend these funds so that the decisions are made conjointly. There are 6 members on ROSAC, and the city has some. The Pima County has one. The city of South Tucson and the city of Marana have representatives on that committee. I want to just briefly go out over these spending priorities because Steve shared with you what we had spent the $8 million designation on. It was to address the continuum of care for recovery services for opioid use, implement strategies to support schools and families. We heard repeatedly in the last 3 years how critical prevention was in order to address and stop, hopefully, the opioid situation that we had. Support pre-arrest and post-arrest diversion and deflection, and we'll talk a little bit about that when we talk about SAFER, and then really convene a wide array of community stakeholders. And I have this presentation, and then I have another one. In the second one, you will see we come back to that conceptual model of how do we do an integrated strategic approach for a regional plan. You saw what the $8 million was spent on. I would just remind you that part of that was for SAFER. The original set aside for SAFER, sobering alternative for recovery, was $2.2 million. We did a competitive RFP in the community. The amount awarded was $1.8 million. Do you want me to just keep going?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so SAFER stood up January 1st. I will share with you that the first 2 weeks when we were in process, we had no admissions. There are multiple reasons for that. You may be aware that we did an award late in November. We gave the procurer, which was CBI, Community Bridges, 4 weeks to stand up. So they did as aggressive a model as they could. We worked closely with them. The city worked closely with them. Multiple people were at the table to try to ensure that they could address what the needs are. If I step back a second, what's important to note is this idea is not new. It is an idea that has been implemented in many communities throughout the United States called sobering recovery centers. We are using the name SAFER. There actually is a national collaborative for sobering centers, and we are part of that. The Pima County Health Department is part of that. When we designed the RFP, we took what we believed were best practices that had showed success, and we'll have to talk a little bit about what success means, from other communities. So we made certain decisions. For instance, the vast majority of sobering centers keep people for 48 hours. We made a decision that the community bridges could keep people up to 96 hours. And I will say, as an aside, we have a verbal commitment with them to keep people more than that. The reason for that is how difficult it is to get people into care. So you can imagine it's a Friday, it's a 3-day weekend. Now you're at Monday. The person may or may not have Medicaid. They may have fallen off of Medicaid. We may not have resources available. So we made the decision to, in the RFP, include 96 hours. We also made the decision, as many of you know, to include pets. This has been a known concern with many people in the past when they have sought treatment, that their pets cannot go with them. So both of those, plus some other services, were offered.
Thank you, Dr. Cullen. One of the things I wanted to share is some of the elements that I think that make it also very unique and different for our community. Being a 24/7 low barrier access to stabilization, it has also served as a deflection point for our first responders, our outreach workers, our police officers, reducing unnecessary emergency department visits and jail bookings while promoting person-centered care. The center focuses on trauma-informed care and peer support, and they have a no wrong door approach, which meets the individuals where they are, connecting them to ongoing treatment and recovery services. They take walk-ins, but I will tell you about the referrals for a minute. We, our TPD core that we just spoke a little bit ago, has been actively, through our deployments, through our other outreach efforts, we've done about 44 referrals there. So it's actively being used by our police and our outreach. What makes SAFER different is that they serve people regardless of insurance. Most other treatment facilities, detox, require insurance. This has no no requirements. So someone comes in, that whole piece of eligibility is taken off the table. It's aimed at a therapeutic environment. It emphasizes dignity and safety and comfort. One thing I learned is they don't just do recliners. They don't have recliners. That's a big deal. I didn't know. They have a place for people to lay down and sleep where they feel comfortable. They have some space for themselves. They have comprehensive services that include screening, crisis stabilization, withdrawal management, initiation of the MAT treatment, the medicated assisted treatment, and naloxone distribution. And it's innovative because not only with the pets, but people can bring their personal things. A lot of places you just come in with without your personal belongings. Here, there's storage opportunities for them. With 15 beds, they are typically serving anywhere between 10 to 15 people. And what I think is really valuable with community bridges is that they can transition people into any of their other treatment programs. Once they know what a person needs, that particular SAFER may not be what they need at that moment. And they have already demonstrated to move people where they need to. And now we will soon see that STEPS program will be providing referrals, as Dr. Cullen or Steve had mentioned earlier. One of the things I think is important is that the SAFER team is going to be does produce status reports. I just talking to Brian Aller, we're going to be able to hear in the short term some information around what's coming out, and I'll leave that to Dr. Cullen. But I just want you to know that we are very, very happy to be part of this and want to thank the health department for including the city from the get-go of how we can work together, how we can do referrals, and really trying to track people as they go through.
Perfect. So let me share some data with you. I want to be very clear. This is very preliminary data. It's why you do not have a data report. If you'll recall, the close for the first 2 weeks, we have about 6 weeks of data. I'm going to give you some numbers that we are curating. Obviously, all of us want to ensure that this is a wise investment and that it proves to be effective. And like I stated before, what does effectiveness mean in this situation? What we know is looking at the national data, if 15% of people that seek care in a sobering center end up being referred and stay in some kind of treatment afterwards, that is considered a success. So I don't want anybody to be taken back by the numbers I'm going to share. I also want you to know that this is temporally mediated. So some weeks we appear to be doing really well. Other weeks we have very few people going into treatment. That is not to be, that's not unexpected because there's not a control mechanism of who gets referred there and or who elects to stay. So since January 1st through February 21st, there have been 113 admissions. In January, there were 47 admissions, 30 were male, 17 were female. That's the other thing, is that there are men and women and non-binary individuals accepted into SAFER. The age range was 24 to 79 with an average of 41. We had, like I stated, no admissions that first 2 weeks. Admission referral sources are multitude. We still have work to do here. Some of it is from the CBI 23-hour unit, which is why you get this reference to the recliners, because if anyone has been in CBI, that's what happens when people go in for 23 hours. They're not given a bed, they're given a recliner. The transition center has been a source of referral. The City of Tucson Police, Cashew, and other people that have self-referred themselves. As Liz stated, there's no wrong door. Anybody can self-present. They are evaluated. There are firm criteria about who gets admitted and who needs to get referred. Obviously, we want to ensure that people are safe. CBI, however, has lots of experience in the medical arena as well as the psychiatric arena, has on staff as a requirement for the SAFER Center comprehensive clinical care, which means people, for instance, that have hypertension can get their hypertension treated, put under control, and still stay there. The same is true for psychiatric psychiatric disease that may present if an individual has that, and they're not deemed appropriate for SAFER, they can then transition into the CBI psychiatric care model so that they can get care there. I do want to share with you some recent data to just kind of illustrate this issue of, if you ask me what will happen this week, I don't know. In the week of 2/25 to 2/21, there were 14 people that came in. 7 people successfully transitioned to a behavioral unit. That's 50%. However, if we go back to the week of February 8th to February 14th, we had 3 of 17 people go to treatment. So it just gives you a sense of how critical it is going to be for us to assess this as we go forward. And to talk about that briefly, I'll talk about the evaluation component of this. Written in the RFP are multiple metrics that are being reported on. We also have required that there be an evaluator, an external objective evaluator. CBI has chosen a division at the University of Arizona, which is actively involved in that. They also are required to do a PI, a performance improvement, quality improvement plan every month. Some of those plans, the first plan, we've only seen one, which was for January, resulted in a real, the moving of the door for where people could enter into SAFER. The inclusion of what we call the PREPARE questionnaire, that is a social determinants of health objectively validated questionnaire so that we can get additional information about individuals' specific situations. It's critical for us to have that in order to do any predictive modeling of, do we go forward? What do we go forward with? What is missing? In addition, we are collecting qualitative data for discharge. Obviously, if 3 out of 17 people are transitioned into treatment, there's 14 other people that have left, not in treatment. Some are going home, but many people are not. And so what is the difference there? Is there something we can do to encourage people to choose to go to treatment and or support them during that cycle, that period when they leave? And the other thing we have not done is specifically yet is the outreach to healthcare centers. Remember, one of the goals of this is to try to ensure that our healthcare system can do what it needs to do. When people go to the healthcare system that have a substance use disorder, it may not be the appropriate place for them. It may be if it's an acute overdose, but our hope is to decrease some of the burden that we're seeing on the healthcare system by enabling the healthcare systems to refer directly into SAFER. So I think what's important to note is we are so supportive of this model. We hope to be able to prove that it is effective. We are working with many metrics as well as the external evaluator. And right now, we are in the area where we're collecting the data, looking at what we're seeing, and hope to be able to, because we have this continuous quality improvement model, and CBI has really been a great partner, figure out what we should do differently so that we can get better outcomes.
I just wanted to add, thank you so much for the report. Really appreciate it. I'm a data nerd. I like to do policy and make policy based on data that's proven to work. And so when the city of Tucson first started talking about SAFER Center, and being able to use opioid settlement funds, we looked at the data of how it was helping other cities. And so other cities have done it, but we have never, right? This is something new that we're all trying. And I just want to make sure that I pay special attention and really thank the ROSAC committee, as well as the Board of Supervisors and Mayor and Council for willing to try something different that we've never done in order to be able to have better data and better results for the community. I've gone to SAFER Center. I don't know if all of you have. I would highly, highly recommend that each and every one of you go visit it. I know that SAFER has been, in our partnership with CBI, has been very effective. There is a warm from our Safe City deployments and our nonprofit partners that are there, TPD, Justice Services, all of us, what I've seen, because I've been to a Safe City deployment as well, is that the goal is to connect people to the resources that they need. Those are the Safe City deployment goals. And from those deployments, we have either nonprofit partners or police officers that when individuals are asked and they say, yes, I need, I need detox, a police officer can go drop off an individual at Safer through a special door, and it's a warm handoff from the police officer to someone that works at Safer, and that individual is helped within 5 minutes. That's the difference that Safer creates when it comes to our police officers. The other option, what we were doing before, was either dropping individuals off that needed detox treatment either to the Pima County Jail, or our police officers would have to go to an emergency department. That emergency department, it took hours. If any of you have gone to emergency rooms, it took hours upon hours for a police officer to be able to leave that individual there. So this is saving us booking costs and jail costs, and really moving people towards the real services that they truly need. So thank you so much. I really appreciate that report. Carolyn, I don't know if you wanted to move to the next item.
Chairs, is it?
Yes.
Sorry. Okay, may I just really quickly say one thing?
Yes.
I guess I started anyway. So I think it's important after hearing that, just to acknowledge that it is not typical for any of the 3,069 counties in this country to have a Dr. Cullen.
Uh-huh.
And I, so no, thank God for you. I mean, like, she got us through the pandemic really well. And we're just really lucky to have you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank
Appreciate
you,
that.
Supervisor Hines.
So I think it is appropriate then to, in looking at our next agenda item and around the sort of unique, incredible skills of Dr. Cullen, digging into this gaps analysis. And I will just say, right, if you sort of think about where we have gone, we have had reports around both Safer City, One Pima, right? Broad, like complex, and looking at the complexity of responses. We've heard about a pilot project where we are digging in, piloting something that is fairly unique. And now I think the question still is, right, like, we know we're not doing enough. But in order to figure out where to do more, I think we always come back to this question of, where are the gaps? What do we need to be doing more of? And so I'm very excited to hear the presentation of the gaps analysis that has been put together by Dr. Cullen and the health department team. And many
Yeah,
others.
thank you. I do want to say one thing about Safer. So a lot of eyes are on us for this. I was just at the Big City Health Coalition, 35 largest public health departments in the country. People are like, so how's that going? I'm like, give me a little bit of time and we'll figure it out. And thank you, Dr. Hines. Does the slide deck come up, or do I need? There is a slide deck. Hopefully. Maybe not. Do you have that, David?
We're trying to find it, Dr. Cullen.
Yeah, I can go without it because I think you guys all have a copy. Well, you have the full large document, and I will give you a synopsis of that, and we will go from there, and hopefully David will be able to pull that up in the back. Okay, so I do want to say that and I really appreciate Dr. Hines saying that. However, this was not my idea to do this. It was at a Metro Justice meeting. Supervisor Scott, I'm looking at you because you were the one that suggested that there's a lot of stuff out there and maybe we should figure out how to pull it all together. I glibly said, oh, I can do that in 3 weeks. Well, 3 months later, and thank God he gave me grace to say, you're never going to get that done, despite using because I was like, I'll just use some AI. Okay, so I do want to put out here that we did use a little artificial intelligence on this. I did not specifically pull up all of these myself.
Here, it's coming. We got the presentation as well.
Thank you. Oh, here, perfect. First, purpose and scope. Okay, so we looked at over 20 documents. The exact number is 24. This includes many of the things you've already talked about: Safe City, One Pima, Prosperity Initiative, strategic plan, any document we could get a handle on. We started with documents back from 21 and went through August of 25. There have been, so for instance, there's an update on the Safe City document. The updates are not included in this analysis that we did. What we specifically were looking at were what were the plans and strategies that have been identified by multiple stakeholders to address the opioid response in Pima County. We elected to compare these recommendations through what is a known public health framework, which is policy assessment and assurance. That's the triple leg stool that we talk about when we talk about public health. And you're going to see that we've then used that as we go along. We looked for what had been identified by the individuals that wrote these documents of strengths, gaps, and opportunities. It's important to note we did not ensure that what had been identified as a strength, gap, or opportunity by the person that wrote the document was accurate. We assumed that if the document had been there and all of these had been published and pushed out through the community, that they were adequate and that we could use them. So there were 10 thematic items, thank you so much, identified. You can see these here. What's important to note is these are very similar to the thematic item areas that we saw with ROSAC. ROSAC, an independent group of people looking at what is the best way for us to solve what are the issues related to opioids, and people came up with these thematic areas. These are also many areas that have been funded through the set aside from ROSAC that we talked about earlier. You can go, if you have the opportunity, you can go through your large document and look at them specifically. You guys are doing it back there. Thank you. These are the strengths that were identified. Field-based harm reduction outreach efforts are scaled and consistent. What this means is that they were scaled and consistent throughout the delivery model. So not if Pima County was doing it well, if the city of Tucson was doing it well, if the city of Marana was doing it well. This is what we saw consistently out there, that there was coordinated engagement between partners and the jurisdictions, and that was gathering momentum. And we see that specifically in the work that we are doing with ROSAC, and that government and investment commitments are helping drive substantial change and sustainable change. I want to talk just briefly about this. You'll recall Mr. Holmes mentioned the opioid settlement dollars, the over $100 million that is there, and also mentioned that there's been no additional funding that has come in through August. Now, that other funding is in the queue, but it's not in a queue that we control. It's in the queue of the individuals and the organizations that had settlements given to them in order to address the opioid situation. So this is really, in my opinion, helping drive sustainable change. I'm not sure we're there yet, and we're going to see that as we go through. Next slide. So the next slide is the gaps, and these are gaps that, if you recall what Steve presented, when Mr. Holmes presented for the ROSAC dollars, some of them are addressing this, right? Transition points, continuity of care. Now remember, this is individuals that had written documents. We pulled the documents together, and they have said that some of these have not yet started or they've been initiated, but they aren't yet stable. I think that I would agree with that assessment, that there's a lot of work being done in this area, but we still need to move that work through so that it becomes foundational and really instituted in our delivery system. Structural integration, shared infrastructure is in early stages. Capacity for stabilization and step-down care in early stage. Let me just comment a little. When we asked people, we went back and we said, where are you with these recommendations? And we asked the individuals that had written the documents and are being involved in the documents. Early stage means it started, we're worried, we don't know how we're going to continue it, and or there's greater need than we have been able to meet at that time. Youth prevention work and coverage, and I already talked about that briefly, but a huge component that we hear repeatedly. Workforce sustainability, this we know is a major gotcha. The workforce sustainability in this area, in behavioral health and substance use disorder, in primary care, in the integration of behavioral health into primary care, in the initiation of medication-assisted treatment is sorely lacking. There's lots of efforts being done there. Obviously, many of those are with healthcare training, behavioral health training, not really necessarily within the purview of the health department to make this happen, but the recognition that workforce initiation sustainability is critical, needs to be highlighted. And then policy and reimbursement alignment. You heard this briefly when we talk about Medicaid. As the looming Medicaid cliff happens, and as disenrollment is happening and re-enrollment will require a 6-month re-enrollment and or work. This is a high concern for us. What's important to note is that behavioral health and or substance use disorder may exempt you from the 80-hour-a-month work requirement. That is a state decision to say, what does it mean to have a behavioral health condition? What does it mean to have a substance use condition? Lots of policy work left, I think, for us to do in conjunction with you. Next slide. So the opportunities, now these are opportunities that came up once again from the documents. Remember, the documents now are 6 months old, 5 months old. Things change rapidly in there. Development and implement a unified regional opioid response plan. As part of that, formalize government structures to strengthen and inform efforts. What you've heard today, prior to my speaking, is lots of efforts that are going on. So this recommendation was throughout most of the documents that we saw. And I think there's multiple ways this can be approached, but it was a high priority issue that was identified. And then policy actions, which I just talked about. The policy actions, however, are not just with Medicaid. There are multiple other policy actions that need to be addressed. Next slide. The next slide, that's governments and policy. Remember, policy assessment assurance, assessment, accelerate data interoperability. For any of you that have been at any of these meetings, you know the data, the ability to share the data, the ability to reconcile the data, the ability to know my data is the same as your data is out there. This is being worked on, so I don't want to take away from the amazing work that the city of Tucson's doing, the other jurisdictions, Pima County is doing, but we're not very far in it. And the further we can get, the better off we would be. And the same will be for a shared evaluation framework. This goes to a question that I've been asked. Chair Allen, I think you have asked this myself when we have presented what the allocations were for the different parts of the ROSAC, the 8 million. What is the evaluation? What are you doing? Can there be an overarching shared framework? We do not have that right now. That does not mean that can't be done, but it was pointed out as an important component. Next slide. And the next slide is the assurance, which is really, and you guys have heard this a lot too, this interim shared referral system. This is a data system that would allow whoever was on the other end to know if a bed was available, what insurance that bed took, how I could get somebody there. Can my animal come? Can my family come if that's needed? Pilot transport and step-down capacity linked to sobering and reentry. I think that part of the transition center is starting to look at this. Stabilize and standardize youth prevention. As you know, there are multiple youth prevention opportunities, some of which were just recently funded from the ROSAC SOAP settlement. However, the ability to see what is going to work and standardize is important. And finally, workforce, which I've already talked about. There is a last slide here that we just put together that you don't have, but I want to share with you. It's related to the limitations of this study, because if you elect to discuss this, I just want to be clear, this reflects a point in time. It does reflect the use of AI, lots of human intervention on this, but we did rely on Copilot, which is the AI tool available at the county. It's not exhaustive. I'm sure there's our documents out there that we didn't know about, that we couldn't find, that there was variation in detail and quality across the source documents, which we tried to reconcile. Perhaps we missed some things in there. Actually, I'm sure we did. That recommendations may overemphasize early engagement and harm reduction and underrepresent long-term treatment and stabilization. And the reason for that is the immediacy of the need is for early intervention and something I can do right now for you. But what we know is treatment and sobriety and recovery are a journey. They don't happen quickly. The resources tend to fall off, however, fairly quickly for individuals that need them. And these opportunities are not prioritized. They are lists that we put together into a public health framework that we believe can be used for discussion. And with that, I thank you for the opportunity to present to you.
Thank you, Dr. Cullen. This is incredibly helpful. We are going to pivot now to some questions. I have one very quickly, and I'm curious for those who are involved with the Justice Working Group, which then has some subgroups within it, and I'm curious around and this might be too early to ask this, but I'm curious around the Justice Working Group, which of these areas around the opportunities or the gaps do you feel like that the Justice Working Group is kind of digging in on, right? Just in terms of thinking about which areas are we already kind of addressing through some existing structures? And that's kind of for anyone.
Chair Allen, thank you for the question. And Mayor Romero, if I leave anything out, because we've been working on this together for the last year or more, there are 4 working groups that were established by our Metro Justice System partners principals. The first one looks at the operations of our courts and includes increased collaboration, not only within the court system, but also between city and county attorney and also TPD and PCSD. The second group, and we heard an extensive presentation from them at our last meeting, has to do with data. As Dr. Cullen was saying during her presentation, we deal with significant siloing in the area of data. And it's really been the focus of that group to try and bring the 2 governments together in terms of all the different data sets that we have and the ability to be able to share them together. It really has been those 2 groups, Chair Allen, that have gotten the greatest attention. There are 2 other groups, one dealing with the Transition Center, and the 4th one dealing with deployments. Deployments that Ms. Morales made reference to during her presentation on the Safe City Initiative. But we have found that it has been those first 2 groups that have needed the most time, direction, and grace, really, from the principals who are part of the group. Mayor Romero, did I leave anything out?
No, I think you've been super thorough. I don't know, Liz or Steve, if you wanted to add anything in terms of the Metro Justice Group's work on it. I think you did a great job. Thank you so much. We are going a little bit over time. We're at 2, but we do want to make sure that we open it up for questions, comments, suggestions, et cetera, et cetera. So if that's okay, Chair Allen, we can open it up and then, start from my left-hand side. And see if Councilwoman Lee, if you wanted to add, and then we'll just go down the row if you'd like.
All right, I get to get the party started. Okay, well, thank you to all of our colleagues and all the presenters today for all this wonderful information. A couple things that come to mind, and I hate that I have to go first because I really love to hear what you all have to say before I start, but this book is huge with all the gaps, and it just feels like to me that we have a good opportunity to realign so we're not so scattered. There's like hundreds of things that are initiated and kind of spinning out there, and it feels like it's a great opportunity to kind of recenter and restructure what those are. In preparing for this meeting today, I had a lot of notes together, and I talked to the county attorney yesterday, and I threw all that out the window. And no, it was for good reason that I threw what I was thinking out the window. So great communication there. I submitted a newsletter out to the community yesterday. We had our own retreat I think it was last week. And my whole entire conversation was around core services. And we've been talking extensively about the budget deficit that we are facing, and that sparked an idea for me here. When I think about our relationship right now, I feel like we're two friends, and we just lost our job and we're kind of going broke. And you all are solid with a good job and you just got a raise. And we go out to dinner and we finish eating and the waiter brings the check and we have that awkward moment, like, who's going to pick this up? And I feel like we're kind of there right now, because just to be completely honest, we are really struggling and we're going to have really difficult conversations about programs that we have built that are above and beyond core services, responding to 911 calls, filling potholes, keeping our parks maintained, that we're going to have support from the county to help us carry, because we won't be able to carry that weight. So everyone is doing a lot. I'm just kind of putting it out there. My colleagues might disagree a little bit, but I feel like our capacity in some of these spaces is going to be extremely challenged in the near future. And I know that the partnerships and the work together is going to have to continue and strengthen for us to all work together and keep addressing the community concerns that we all hear every day. So that's just what I'm thinking. Hopefully, for what it's worth, that's a horrible analogy, but that's just kind of what it feels like right now, and I just wanted to be honest about where I'm at and really concerned about our budget and our ability to keep moving forward. So
Are you thinking funding outside of opioid settlement funds?
I don't know what specifically the answer. Yeah, I don't know what the answer is. I'm just thinking about all the work that we're doing with our outreach and everything where we're kind of intersecting with behavioral health and mental health and substance use disorder, and it's not in our scope. And we're going to have hard conversations about what we offload and what we scale back, and really going to need to lean on the county for partnership in those areas.
Thank you, Councilwoman. And I think that's for us to think about in terms of how we continue partnering as a city county.
We've met before, right? Supervisor Christie.
Thank you, chairs. All these analytics of treatment are very impressive. And of course, it's a very important piece of the whole picture. But a lot of the programs and a lot of the treatments and a lot of the wraparound services and things of that nature were promulgated, and the impetus was because the community was fed up and the business community was fed up with crime. And the motivating factor in most of these programs, of course, is treatment, but it was also the abatement of crime. I see no analytics about how these programs have impacted one way or the other crime in our community. And crime in our community was what created really these demands for some sort of action, but all I've seen is treatment. What about what effect it's having on crime in our community?
Thank you, Mayor, Supervisor Christie. That is an item we can certainly bring to the next meeting. We have seen incredible work by our Tucson police to do the work around enforcement. I think there's some opportunities to talk about where we've seen crime reduction. We have seen crime reduction in various ways, whether or not we can point it directly to Safe City, but in general, we are seeing reductions in crime throughout our city. But I'd like to bring some of that analytics back to you at our next joint meeting so that we can understand how some of this work, I think the Star Village demonstrates that kind of work did bring down crime in that neighborhood. So,
And I know that Tim would like to add to
yes,
that.
thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor and Chair. And to your point,
Can you
and
pull the mic closer to you? Thank
I
you.
don't want to pull a Steve Holmes here. But in the Safe City Action Plan, we do have key performance indicators and metrics. Two of them directly go to the questions you're asking. We have one about gun violence in Viva zones, and we have another about Sun-Trans safety incident rate. So we actually not only can bring, tangible evidence of crime stats and things generally, but we actually have two of our key KPIs are directly in that space. Thank you.
Madam Chair, thank you, Mr. Timmer, but those are just two parts of the criminal situation. The two very important ones, but just two. There are many more categories, many more areas of criminality that are really affecting the livelihoods and the quality of life of the community in Pima County. And it's really important for, I think, if this is going to be a success and if we're going to tout all of the treatments and all of the programs and all of the great recovery things, which is very important, that we need to do it in the context of why it's there in the first place. It's because of crime. So I would encourage that we get a lot more involved with what impact this is all having on the overall criminal aspects and criminal activity in our community.
Yeah, Supervisor Christie, we're getting really good data from the Star Village, mile radius data that is proving that incidents, and that includes all kinds of crime, coming down 35%. And that's in the first 5 months of creating the Star Village. The other piece of crime that I think we have to really talk about is our Viva sites, which are holistic, lots of work from TPD to our Housing First coordinators, to our own businesses and neighborhoods. We are seeing in some Viva locations 80% gun violence reduction and crime reduction. And so I think that it's important that we make sure that we all empower ourselves with the information that is being provided. And your point is well taken. Make sure that those pieces of information in terms of crime reduction is also shared with the community.
And let's not forget, Your Honor, the burglaries, assaults, thefts, auto thefts. There's a whole host of categories. And I know you're talking to Star Village, but that's just one little square mile. And how many people did it serve? What, 80, 90? And the criminality element is much more pervasive
Well,
than.
crime in the city has been going down, as well as homicides. So I think
Do you
that
think
crime stats,
it's a result of these programs?
absolutely. In
That-
the
that's
last few years, crime has been going down in many areas of our stats in the city of Tucson. I think we need to make sure, I don't have the percentages in hand, but what I can say is that in many areas of the city of Tucson, crime is going down, including an almost 20% reduction in homicides. So I think those percentages and that information should be made available to you all and the public.
Madam Mayor, Chair Allen, and Supervisor Christie, I appreciate the question, and we have all of the county-wide stats, and I'm happy to help in advance of the next meeting.
I also just want to toss out just a time check issue. Time is not on our side. So roughly we've got about, if everybody takes an equal amount of time, about 2 minutes, 2.5 minutes per person, just, sorry.
Councilmember Barajas.
Well, thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mayor. I just had a follow-up question with the data, specifically with the Safer Center. Are we collecting the data of where are these neighbors coming from? Are they originating from Tucson or from the state or another state? Would that help determine kind of like where we're gonna focus on in terms of resources?
Chair Allen, Councilwoman, yes, we're collecting a series of data. It's broad, and all the demographic data, including kind of where they're from, will be part of that analysis.
Supervisor Kano.
Thank you, Chair Allen and Madam Mayor, colleagues. I'm really grateful for the opportunity for us to be here this afternoon for our second joint meeting. And I just kind of want to take a step back and applaud the work that local jurisdictions are doing to work together, particularly Pima County and the city of Tucson, at a time when all of the investments that we've talked about today are a combination of funding, a little bit of federal, a little bit of opioid, but for the most part, local taxpayer dollars that we are investing. And that is a statement that I start with because I don't see the federal government coming to support our work. I don't see our state legislature coming to ensure that access treatment is expanded. And yet here we are looking for solutions. So I welcome all of us to the solutions-driven table, and I know I'm sitting at that one. I want to thank our county staff, our equipment operators, navigators, sheriff's deputies, librarians, doctors, nurses, justice, and health partners. They're all doing incredible work with professionalism and with humanity. The District 5 office introduced One Pima in November for a simple reason. People want to be able to take their kids to the river path without stepping over trash or needles, and they want to know that when someone is in crisis, we don't just push them somewhere else, we actually take care of them. So I'm proud of our board for adopting this plan 4-1 because we agreed, results matter. And you've heard about those results that we are delivering. Let me break that down for the people watching at home. Next year, we're putting real resources behind 2 diversion programs, one at the Superior Court, the Supportive Treatment and Engagement Program, and 2, the Drug Treatment Alternative Program with our county attorney. $350,000 each going to both of those programs in the year ahead. If diversion works, and it does, we should scale it so that fewer people cycle back into jail. Second, you've heard about the progress on the loop. I was out there yesterday morning. Since December, the county and contractors have cleared almost 100,000 pounds of trash along the Rito and the Santa Cruz. That's not a talking point. That's a safer, cleaner public space, and we're doing it responsibly and with navigators, by the way, when we are clearing out those spaces so that we can get access to services. I know my time is getting limited, and so I'll say the transition center going from 5 days to 7 days in the coming weeks is a handoff point that is going to be super critical because people don't only need help Monday through Friday. 7 days closes the weekend gap, and we have had over 2,500 people since the transition center was created 3 years ago come into our transition center to have that handoff, which is critical to this discussion. The innovation that we are talking about, incentivizing our housing providers to expand shelter access, pet-friendly options, providing showers and bathrooms and basic hygiene amenities so that that's not on our streets is the right thing to do. And last but not least, Pima County has invested this year alone almost $10 million in affordable housing. The private sector is not doing this. The federal government is not doing this. The state government is not doing this. And we are going to do it to the tune of $250 million over the next 10 years because we need, as a region, to build 6,000 homes per year to be able to keep up with supply. That's One Pima in plain terms, diversion that works, corridors restored, a real handoff to services, and smart innovation that removes practical barriers and housing at scale. And this is all happening because of the meetings like we are having today, and most importantly, on the county side, because of our 7,000 employees who every day do their very best. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Councilmember Schubert.
Thank you so much, Mayor Romero and Chair Allen and everybody who's here. Really exciting to be here at my first joint meeting, and I've loved the conversation. I'll keep it brief. Throughout the conversation, there's been comments sprinkled in about, the savings for, for example, reduced bookings, reduced incarceration, reduced utilization of emergency services, 911 calls. I'm curious to know, the quantified and specific fiscal impacts of these investments that are research and data driven, because there are savings. It isn't just about the expense of launching the service. The payoffs are way more than that. So I think part of making the case to our constituents should be outlining how much we're saving, not only in terms of people's literal livelihoods, but I know that compassion doesn't move everybody. So what money have we saved by not throwing people in jail for being addicted to fentanyl? And then just to plug that anybody who hasn't gone to the Safer Center for a tour, the Ward 6 team and I went, and it was really impactful. It really stuck with me to see the real people that this is impacting. And I know that it can seem really small given the enormity of the problem that we're facing, but we have to start somewhere. It's like the starfish thing, right? Like you find somebody and you help them and it lasts their whole lives and it affects their communities and their families and their loved ones. We have to start somewhere, and I'm grateful to be here with you to do that work. Thank you.
My turn? Yeah. Thank you, chairs. Suggestion for next meeting, shorter, fewer presentations, because we all want to talk more. And this is frustrating. And I'm just going to talk on one of 10 topics that I thought I could share with you today. I want to thank,
Can you make sure that you just speak a little bit closer into the mic? Yeah.
thank you. I want to especially thank Supervisor Kano and all of you for doing the loop. The section of the loop that I'm most concerned about north of Walmart from Tohono Tadai to Stone was an area where a bicyclist was stabbed and killed, where it was known to be a unmanageable open air drug. Police, my office provided extra money so that we could have bicycle cops, which proved really successful, but they had to be there all the time. After the deployments, after everybody focused attention on that area, TPD was able to continue to deploy people there, not using overtime, just regular time, and has kept it safe. I think this is a model that's working, and I'm so proud that we were able to cooperate on it. Look forward to other possible cooperations. Thank you.
Supervisor Hines.
Thank you, and great to be here. And I would echo the comments of Councilmember Dahl. It'd be great to be able to have a little more discourse because we don't really do that very often. So I will try to get through all of this in my 90 seconds. But no, in hearing Councilmember Lee and the real budget situation going on with the city of Tucson, I do think there are some ways we can work together where we kind of already have. And I'm looking, this is not super related to what we were talking about earlier, but looking at kind of aligning development community feedback, budgetary concerns on the city side, and also in talking with our own development services folks. I think it would be great for us to explore looking at just the building group side of things, like that's the permitting process and that's inspections and stuff, and making it look a little more like the health department, because that's basically the county. Doesn't touch like zoning, planning, land use, all of that stuff, but our building codes are quite a bit alike. They're very, very similar. And we've had collaboration in this department before. We had during COVID, there was a huge backlog of permitting. That was something that the departments worked together on to fix that. And I just think it'd be great for, frankly, efficiency in government, potentially taking a $4 to $5 million line item off of the city of Tucson budget and taking out some uncertainties there. We did it with libraries. I would love to see a working group come together to talk about this more, because I think it's something that we could do together that might help the whole community and maybe even speed along projects that we all care about, like affordable housing. So thank you.
Councilmember Cunningham.
And along those lines, one of the discussions that I've thought about is the Rincon Station that deploys about 14 deputies during the day, helping us shag a few calls. Look, a lot of this is accessibility. There's a big handoff piece. And I like to think things about what's going on the ground. So the way I do that is I go onto the ground and find out what's going on the ground. Well, okay. We have a person, they're under the influence, they are either unresponsive or they are acting unpredictably, and somebody calls police and police show up and police say, well, we'd like to have Cashew come, but it's 7 o'clock at night and we don't have a service deployed. Why not? And then the discussion is, well, what are we going to do? Are they going to go to jail? Are we going to take them to Keno to be cleared? If we take them to Keno to be cleared, where are they going to go after that? And ultimately, especially at night, the person ends up in jail where we don't want them to go. We have to think pragmatically about each case. Right now, my office works with people who walk in and we try to get them through CBI, through detox, through shelter, and to working. We try to facilitate that, and it's all hands on deck. Everybody should be pitching in on that at that level if they know how to do it. So I'm thinking about some of the things that we brought in today, and I'm thinking about how do we have them 7 days a week, and how do we have them at least 11 to 12 hours a day? That's way more important. If my police officer, if our officer or responding officer can do iPad court that instant, and also have a social worker respond that instant, and we can start a case plan that instant, that's a lot more efficient and immediate. That's better for the court system. That's better for the social services. The worst thing you can tell somebody who's ready for help is, well, hang on. hang in there and we'll have somebody call you in a couple days. And that seems to happen way too often. So I'm thinking about, I appreciate the report. First of all, I don't mean to sound harsh at all because the work that's being done is amazing. And you guys are cutting edge and you're really trying. We've got to think about, we got to be way out of the box here. I want to be able to do iPad court and social services and public safety response all in one move in 1 hour. And maybe we're there. Let's find out. Right now, we're totally under-resourced, and that's because we don't have any money. So I think there's some other discussions there. Sorry for going over my big fat 2 minutes.
Supervisor Scott.
Thank you, Chair Allen, and thank you to both you and Mayor Romero for your leadership in organizing and facilitating this meeting. I want to extend special thanks and welcome to Council Members Barajas and Schubert, who were not with us at our first joint meeting because they were not yet part of the council. Very much looking forward to working with both of you moving forward. There's really 3 areas of focus that I wanted to ask us to consider, going back to the question that was posed by both Chair Allen and Mayor Romero at the beginning of the meeting, which is how do we address gaps? I think we've gotten a great overview of what's working and also some opportunities of where we might do some further work. But there's 3 specific areas where I'd like to see us look at some of those gaps. First of all, the Metro Justice System working groups have always been structured with the intention of offering policy recommendations to this body that could be followed up on by both the City Council and the Board of Supervisors. So I'm hopeful that in future meetings, we get some specific policy recommendations from those working groups that we're able to bring to the table to discuss here. I am not saying that in any way to be critical because I know from my conversations with both Mr. Holmes and Ms. Morales that all 4 of those working groups have needed more time and more direction from the principals groups in terms of how to move forward. But that's something I'd like to see us focus on. At one specific example, the courts group is looking at expansion of DTAP and STEPS, which are mentioned in both the Safe City and the One Pima initiative. Secondly, we know that for people who are chronically homeless, especially if they are involved in the justice system, those who are resistant to the acceptance of services and shelter are the ones with whom we have the greatest difficulty. And they are the ones whose public behaviors often cause the greatest concern for the public at large. I don't know that we've talked enough as 2 governments. I don't know that we've looked at enough examples from other governments as to how we can build our success in terms of addressing people who are service and shelter resistant. The last one is with regard to our local continuum of care, our local HUD required continuum of care, the Tucson Pima Coalition to End Homelessness. As they're going through the strategic planning process, and both Mayor Romero and I have talked about this several times, not just amongst ourselves, but with TPCH, the priorities and emphases of the 2 jurisdictions that are represented in TPCH need to be given greater weight and greater authority. I have talked with people who've been involved in continuums of care in other communities, and they're astonished to hear that both the county and the city are often in a minority role with regard to the operations of TPCH. Having said all that, I really look forward to these meetings moving forward. I know we're going to stick to that quarterly schedule, and thanks for this opportunity.
Vice Mayor Santa Cruz.
Hi, Mayor and Chairwoman. Again, thank you for everyone who helped shape all these plans that we discussed today. I really do appreciate the coordination across the city and our county partners. And I just have 3 points that I wanted to highlight as it pertains to safety in our community. I just wanted to keep in front of us that when we talk about violence prevention, we also need to include traffic violence. While fatalities remain far too high, we also have many residents each year who survive crashes but live with life-changing injuries. These injuries affect our families, our jobs, our housing stability. So as the city develops, we've started to developing our own high injury network map. I'd be interested in how the county might also align infrastructure and prevention efforts regionally so we can address one of the most preventable forms of harm in our public spaces. Second, I want to also reaffirm that prevention starts early. I would like to see a stronger integration with youth programming, with our school partnerships that include parents. How are we working with our school districts and after-school programs for behavioral health supports, youth and family engagement, and even traffic safety education as part of this broader effort to interrupt cycles of violence? The earlier we intervene with education and support, the more we can prevent harm before it happens. And finally, I just wanted to highlight the Safer Center pilot because, as we all know, addiction is a disease and we need to continue treating it as such. We also know that recovery is not linear. It can take multiple attempts and long-term support. And the Safer model with their no wrong door approach to help stabilize people and connect them to medical treatment is critical, especially if over the long term we want to save money from incarcerating people, knowing that that is not the proper treatment for somebody with a disease, a chronic disease. The people seeking treatment are part of our families and our neighborhoods, so I'm proud that we're investing in programs that meet people where they're at and support recovery. So again, thank you for this time.
Thank you to my colleagues. I appreciate your feedback and input and all of the concerns and questions that you put together here. I know that we're taking notes. I think that our city manager, Tim Demure, our county administrator, John Lesher, we meet as chair and mayor and city manager and county administrator. What is it, twice a month? And so we're going to make sure that we follow up on these questions and comments and concerns that we bring up. In terms of gaps, I think that one, I appreciate the partnership with Pima County, the investments that the county government and the Board of Supervisors are making in affordable housing in our region are absolutely important. And I had the pleasure of joining a Safe City deployment just this past week, and it had amazing presence of Pima County. And I was able to do a ride along and look at how we treat with respect and dignity the individuals that we approach on the street, offer them the treatment that they deserve. And in my conversation with both the City of Tucson staff, Justin Hamilton, that does our Housing First, our officers, I asked them, you are the front line. You are the ones that are seeing this day in and day out. And I want to hear your impact. What are the gaps? That was my question to both Officer Benitez, that I did a ride along with, and to Justin Hamilton and other nonprofit partners that were there. And what they said is that because of our Safe City deployments, and it's a holistic approach. It's offering services, and at the same time, it offers accountability to those that are breaking the law and committing crime. But the goal is treatment. Justin and our nonprofit partners said, people are accepting our services at 50% rate. And as Dr. Cullen said, that doesn't sound wonderful. But before we started our Safe City deployments, the acceptance rate for treatment was less than 10%. And so it really is working. But what they said, especially the nonprofit providers, are, okay, once we take them to the Safer Center or the Wildcat, what's the long-term solution for sobering facilities that are longer term, right? After the 96 hours at Safer, where do we connect that person? We do not have enough low barrier shelter. And we ask on the City of Tucson side that the Board of Supervisors really contemplate the investments in your affordable housing investments into low barrier shelter and transition housing. And so that I think is a huge gap that we both together, we have to provide solutions for. I know that the city of Tucson is applying for funds from the affordable housing funds from Pima County for the Wildcat House. That's a low barrier shelter that is housing not just individuals and couples, but children, families that are unsheltered. And so we're applying for $1.1 million for the next 5 years, I think 10 years, so that affordable housing funds can continue making sure that we have low barrier shelter connecting individuals to that option. And then we're also applying for Craycroft Towers. The city of Tucson needs gap funding to rehab the Craycroft Towers that we're applying for funds from Pima County. And then the other question that Officer Benitez asked, like in terms of policy, he said, are there any other jurisdictions in the region, both Pima County sheriffs and police departments in Marana or Ovalle and Sahuarita that are doing our similar to safe city deployments, right? Having a holistic approach to offering those services to unsheltered individuals in their communities, because that would really lighten the load that TPD has to carry when it comes to unsheltered homelessness and how to provide services to the people that are, on our streets, unsheltered, suffering from behavioral health or mental health. So I would pose to you, what can the sheriff's department do? How can we have that conversation with our sheriff? And in terms of budgeting, how can the sheriff department be funded to participate in safe city deployments in the outskirts of the city of Tucson, or offering a second deployment because we have once a month deployments, safe city deployments with TPD? How can the sheriff's department be of assistance to a method, frankly, that is working and that is really showing tangible results to our community? We hear it from businesses, we hear it from neighbors, we hear it from friends and people that, I find at grocery stores, saying how our Safe City initiative and our Safe City deployments are showing tangible results. So I guess that's my piece in terms of how we work together to fill the gaps.
Well, just to close us out, first of all, an enormous thanks. It is an impressive room to sit in, to hear both the commitment, the creativity, and then also the unique perspective that each person brings and the lens, right? I appreciate the focus on integrating, utilizing the Justice Working Group and pushing to come up with more policy recommendations in this space, and thinking about the integration of youth and adult and working through our schools and after school programs. I think just because I like to end meetings on time and we're already a minute over, I will just say that I look forward to the conversations after this meeting and thinking about how do we answer some of the questions and get the data and research that has been asked for. How do the mayor and I continue to have conversations about sort of moving some of this forward, and also the conversations amongst ourselves to continue to move the conversation forward. So with that, deep appreciation for everyone being here. Thank you, County Attorney, for being here. And I look forward to the next meeting in a quarter, and definitely heard the feedback about less presentations and more conversations. So
Thank you all so much. We really appreciate it. Our meeting is adjourned. Thank you so much. Our study session. Thank you so much. I think that was a great joint meeting, and hopefully we can continue the conversation in a solutions-oriented way with the Pima County Board of Supervisors and Pima County. Now we'll resume with item 3. Time has been set aside to give the mayor and council an opportunity to give any updates on state and national legislation and regional committees. I know that we have a presentation by Laura Dent that will start us off, and then we'll ask and see if you have any input. So, Mr. Manager, Ms. Dent.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor, members of the council. It's great to see you this afternoon. I'll just share, in the interest of time, a few brief updates. I have shared reports and materials on state and federal news of the day. But locally, as you know, Pima County voters will decide Proposition 418 and 419 this month. Election day is March 10th, which is 1 week from today. And today is the last day recommended for voters to get their ballots in the mail. I know many of you have been doing community education around this topic. The past week was crossover week at the state legislature, so lawmakers were very busy voting on bills that they moved to their opposing chambers. Out of about 2,000 bills that were introduced this session, around 500 of those have made it to their opposing chambers. So that's not a cap. Those are going to continue to move, but about shows how the universe of issues and conversations happening at the Capitol is starting to narrow. I've shared some updates around a few revenue bills and water bills and elections bills as they directly relate to the city of Tucson. I'm happy to answer any questions on that. And on the federal side, we are seeing progress on a revised 21st Century Road to Housing Act. The bill has strong bipartisan support and White House backing, and the Senate is expected to continue discussing that this week. So it'll take some time for those negotiations to happen. It will impact and make affordable housing construction and eligible use of CDBG funds more applicable at the city, and permanently authorize CDBG disaster recovery, as well as a reauthorization of the home program. So we'll keep you posted on updates on that front, but that will conclude my report.
Thank you so much. I just have some questions regarding the state legislative session. And I know that there were some bills advancing that were, that we discussed the previous time we took an opposition to. Are there any updates in terms of those bills that felt very anti-city of Tucson?
Honorable Mayor, members of the council, yes, there have been some bills that have moved forward. Some of the revenue bills we discussed that were, a major priority and concern, not just for Tucson, but for jurisdictions across the state, include HB 4030 and HCR 2052, which would create a freeze on rates, fees, and revenues for jurisdictions for 5 years. Those bills have cleared their committees and are awaiting further consideration in the House. So we'll keep monitoring those and let you know about progress on that. In terms of bills that have moved forward, we have seen HB 2328 clear the House of Representatives. That is a bill that undercuts Tucson water in particular and differential water rates. So that did pass and has moved to the Senate. And we also saw a bill pass that we opposed, SB 1055, which would force the collaboration of local law enforcement with ICE and CBP. That has cleared the Senate and moved to the House. So some kind of monitoring that we're keeping in place on revenue bills, but those are some of the bills that have proceeded into their opposing chambers.
Thank you. Councilmember Dahl?
Quick question. On the bill on differential rates, does it just affect Tucson or does it affect the other municipalities that have differential water rates?
Honorable Mayor, members of the council, Councilmember Dahl, the carve-out is for counties with a population greater than 1 million and less than 4 million. So that would be Pima County. And municipal jurisdictions and municipal water corporations within that jurisdiction. So us.
Follow-up question. Roy, is that unconstitutional?
You mean as part of as a special law? Unfortunately, they tend to do it all the time. It's something we can look into, but they can set geographical boundaries. They can set sort of limitations between population. They just have to create a rational basis for it, but we can take a look.
Any others? I think that there was some that regarding Tucson, they're not saying Tucson, but we know it's Tucson elections and putting it on the ballot on how we conduct elections.
Yes, SCR 1027 is a referral that has been proposed in the Senate that would require all cities and local jurisdictions to go on an even year schedule. So kind of re-upping a conversation that has happened many times before. That has cleared some of its first committees and it awaits further consideration in the Senate. So it has not moved to its opposing chamber just yet.
So it hasn't passed.
That's right.
Okay. Any other questions? All righty. Anything in addition? Alrighty, well, thank you so much. Really appreciate the update. We don't need a vote or direction on this item. We're just going to move to item 4. Does anyone have any items to remove from the consent agenda for today's regular meeting? Hearing none, we move on to item 5, future agendas. Does anyone have any items for future agendas? Councilmember Barajas?
Sorry, going back to number 4, during item 2, which includes appointments to boards, committees, and commissions, I did invite some of our Ward 5 BCC appointees to join us. Some of them will be here for in the chambers for the first time. So I'll be just sharing a very brief remarks during that item, and we'll be recognizing them just to stand up.
Well, thank you so much. If there's no further items to be included, then we are adjourned.
Your Honor?
Yes,
I got a
Councilmember
couple
Cunningham?
things. One, everybody knows it's coming, but I'll try to get the tree memo out this week or next week. I'm going to be missing the night agenda But I wanted to make a couple community announcements right now, if the council can indulge me for 30 seconds. Number one, congratulations to the Saguaro High School Guitar Orchestra. They're having Guitar Fest tonight. We actually fund that out of Ward 2 with ARPA funds, and they have 135 kids in that program, and they're doing their guitar symphony tonight. And hence, I'm going to go to that as their special guest, which I'm really excited about. Two, also tonight, the meeting's going to get out early. And for the first time in a long time, Tucson High School is a 6A school, and very rarely do we have a 6A school in the state basketball Final Four. And it's Tucson High. Congratulations to Coach Langford and the boys. That's a good ball club there, and good luck to them in their endeavor. And then finally, I want to congratulate with my tie, Tommy Lloyd and the Arizona basketball team on their 36th conference championship in 40 years, which is a few more than ASU. So congratulations to the University of Arizona.
Yeah, it was a wonderful senior night last night. And the presentation of the trophy for their work this season has been incredible. So we're riding on a high with the University of Arizona with our youth sports here in Tucson. So thank you so much, council member. Other than that, we are adjourned. We are reconvening for a regular meeting at 5:30 p.m. See you, everyone. I hate to interrupt the amazing conversations that are happening at the chamber, but we are going to start our council meeting. But I love that you're all having a good time and talking and catching up. I think that's what we should do at Public Squares. So thank you all for coming. Appreciate that you're interested in municipal government and what we do here. We will call this session to order, and we need to go to roll call.
Councilmember Cunningham.
Absent excused.
Councilmember Dahl.
Here.
Councilwoman Lee.
Here.
Councilmember Barajas.
Here.
Councilmember Schubert.
Here.
Vice Mayor Santa Cruz.
Here.
Mayor Romero.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Before we go to item 2, the city attorney will go over the rules of decorum for mayor and council meetings. Mr. Attorney.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor and members of council. Arizona's open meeting laws provide that members of the public may attend and listen to the proceedings during tonight's public meeting of the mayor and council. Arizona law also allows the mayor and council to enforce rules and procedures for public attendance of the meeting to ensure orderly behavior and to prevent unnecessary interference with the public meeting. Here are the rules that apply. The rules require decorum and orderly conduct by the members of the audience. No person attending the meeting shall engage in conduct that disrupts or otherwise impedes the orderly conduct of the meeting, including any statements or conduct that interrupts the persons who might be addressing the mayor and council or that disrupts the discussions of the mayor and council. The mayor has the authority to ensure compliance with the rules of orderly conduct. If disorderly or disruptive conduct continues after a warning, and this is that first warning, the mayor may direct the removal of persons from the chambers and or recess the meeting itself. If disruptive behavior makes it necessary to declare the chambers, the persons who disrupted the meeting will not be allowed to return to the chambers for the remainder of tonight's meeting. As a final note, please be aware that interfering with or preventing this lawful public meeting from being carried out in an orderly manner not only violates the rules of participation, but also violates the Title 13 of the Arizona Revised Statutes.
Thank you, Mr. Attorney. And before we go to item 2, I'd like to welcome our brand new city clerk, Ms. Stoller. Ms. Stoller, it's her first meeting today, and we're happy to welcome her as our new city clerk for the city of Tucson. She did not know I was going to do that, but she keeps us in order, and as well as the entire city of Tucson clerk's office. We have so much to thank them for. So welcome aboard, Ms. Clerk, and we're happy to have you. Item 2.
Invocation, Pledge of Allegiance, and appointments to boards, committees, and commissions.
The invocation will be given by Jacqueline Lown Peters, Eagles Wings of Grace. And after the invocation, I ask that you remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Thank you. Father God, we come before you asking for your wisdom and for your consideration of all the issues that are before us to help and continue growing our city to be healthy to the best of our abilities, remembering all the needs of the homeless as well as those who are affluent. Please help the Guthrie family through this very difficult time, and hopefully someday they'll find peace. We ask for blessing and peace as we continue forward in our work. In Jesus' name, amen.
All righty, we are going to item 2C, which is the proclamation. And then we move on to 2D, which is the boards, committees, and commissions. So I would like to proclaim March 1st through the 6th, 2026, to be Peace Corps Weeks in the city of Tucson. And yes, we have a lot of Peace Corps participants. What I'd like to do, if possible, I'd like to invite my colleagues on the council to join us over towards where the podium is. And then I'm going to call all of the individuals that are here that have participated in the Peace Corps and are doing amazing work here in the city of Tucson. So let's join at the podium, and then I'll call you all by name so we could recognize you. Alrighty, if I may ask all of you here for Peace Corps Week to join us, and I'm going to call you all by name. Those that are here, if I don't call your name for this, please join us. I'd like to recognize Hector Rico from Clinic. He's the clinic director at Clínica Amistad y Salud. Bailey Hollingsworth, Housing Community Development Director Ann Shaneka. Stephen Addison, Eric Dresser, Chris Elsner, Lisa Florin, Monica Mueller, Lena Porel, Elizabeth Podesek, Rose Rojas, Sarah Sherman, Taylor Simmons, Kylie Walzak, and Georgia Ellers. Any others that have participated in the Peace Corps, please come join us. This is a happy occasion. And to all the participants and those that promote the Peace Corps, thank you all so much. Many of you work with the city of Tucson, are leading clinics for individuals that are vulnerable and need the investment. You're doing so much working in social services, working in government. You're doing so much to continue the tradition of the Peace Corps and investing in your community. So thank you so much. So with that, with the power of the city of Tucson and the office of the mayor, I'd like to declare March 1 through 6, 2026 to be Peace Corps Week in this community. Do you want to help? So to my colleagues, if you want to get closer, we don't bite. Whereas March 1st marks the 65th anniversary of the Peace Corps, established by President John F. Kennedy through an executive order in 1961. And whereas Peace Corps volunteers have served in 160 countries, applying critical communication, leadership, and problem-solving skills to tackle global challenges. And whereas 2026 marks the 25th anniversary of the Paul D. Coverdell Fellowship at the University of Arizona, which supports graduate students to pursue degrees while serving with local government, nonprofits, community groups, and vulnerable populations. And whereas the Coverdell Fellows program has brought hundreds of returned Peace Corps volunteers to Tucson to contribute more than 400,000 hours of service, supporting low-income children and families at 150 partner organizations such as Casa Alitas, Clínica Amistad, Ironwood Tree Experience, Ishkashita Refugee Network, Tucson Clean and Beautiful, and United Way, generating an estimated economic impact of $9.3 million. And whereas the city of Tucson continues to be home to hundreds of RPCVS fellows, including city employees, elected officials, board, commission, and committee members, and Desert Doves Group members who live, work, and share a vision of local commitment and impact. Now therefore, I, Regina Romero, Mayor of the City of Tucson, Arizona, do hereby proclaim March 1 through 6, 2026 to be Peace Corps Week in this community, and call upon the residents of Tucson to acknowledge Peace Corps volunteers for their many contributions to the cause of peace, collaboration, and community impact. In witness whereof, I have hereunto set my hand and caused the seal of the City of Tucson, Arizona, to be affixed this 3rd day of March, 2026. Congratulations, everyone. Thank you so much. Would you like to say something?
The mission of Peace Corps is to promote world peace and friendship in communities around the world. Peace Corps volunteers do this in 60 countries currently and have served in over 100 countries worldwide since its inception. But Peace Corps volunteers don't stop serving after those 2 years that they spend abroad. When they return to the United States, they help other Americans better understand about different people and places all around the world, thus fostering mutual understanding and world peace on our part. And that service doesn't stop. It only continues for the rest of our lives, as we have seen with many of the returned Peace Corps volunteers who support our community in many of the ways that the mayor just mentioned, and many more that you may not even know about in our community. So thank you very much to Mayor and Council for recognizing Peace Corps and our contributions to our community. We look forward to serving our community well into the future. And hopefully many more of our young people will continue to serve in the Peace Corps and make our community and make America proud.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the council, everyone in attendance for this well-deserved recognition. My name is Hector Rico. I'm the clinic director at Clinic Amistad. We're a free nonprofit clinic here in the community. And I just really want to echo the gratitude that we have for all these returning Peace Corps volunteers, not only for what they do, at a global scale, but also what they continue to do here in our local communities. We've been fortunate enough to have dozens of returning Peace Corps volunteers at our clinic, many through the Coverdell Fellowship Program. And they just bring so much, new perspectives, new ideas, experiences, skills that have really strengthened our organization, have really helped us better serve those underserved in our community. But over the years, they've played essential roles in helping our clinic grow and thrive. For example, they've served as our clinic managers, leading our operations. They played a big role in implementing our diabetes prevention program, which continues to, produce positive health outcomes for our patients. They've also collected and analyzed data for our annual reports to the community, and really just led so many other meaningful quality improvement initiatives at our clinic that have really improved our clinic and in turn our community as well. So again, just thank you to all the returning Peace Corps volunteers who continue that commitment here in our local communities. Thank you also to the staff of at the University of Arizona for the Peace Corps and Coverdell program staff at the University of Arizona for coordinating these important partnerships. Also, thank you, Mayor Romero and the council for recognizing their impact and supporting their efforts here in the city of Tucson. And again, I look forward to continue making our clinic a home for these volunteers. Thank you so much.
Lena, would you like to share? Here's Lena. There you are. Would you like to share?
Hi, everyone. I just wanted to thank again the mayor and council for recognizing Peace Corps, and that every day I work with lots of Peace Corps volunteers here at the city and throughout the community, and we're doing such great work. So it's really an honor to be recognized like this. So thank you.
And then Rose.
Thank you.
you so much. Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for acknowledging this day for Peace Corps. I am the very proud program coordinator at the Coverdell Fellows Program on campus, and we could not do this without you. So many of our return volunteers come to Tucson to continue their education, but as Chris mentioned, to continue working with underserved communities. And without the city of Tucson, this could not happen. So many of the RPCVs stay in Tucson, and throughout their education at the university, they continue working with local partners such as Pima Community College, East Cachita, Literacy Connects, and it just makes me so proud to be here and to have the fellows recognized. Thank you so much. This means a lot to so many of us and to the community.
Can we take a picture, please, for posterity? Picture for posterity. Let's give peace a chance, everyone. Squish in.
Stand sideways. You're in a beauty contest.
Thank you, appreciate it. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you for saying all that. Thank you. Thank you so much. Appreciate that.
Item 2D is appointments to boards, committees, and commissions. And let's read the title and then allow for Councilmember Barajas to read her appointees.
Great. Item 2D, appointments to boards, committees, and commissions.
City Manager's Communication Number 53, dated March 3rd, is received into and made part of the record. Before we make a motion, I'd like to allow Councilmember Barajas to recognize her appointees.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, I would like to speak about our Ward 5 appointments. Serving on our city boards, committees, commissions is an important way for our community members to contribute to the city with policymaking and to reflect the perspectives of different geographic areas and issues throughout the city. These roles are worth celebrating publicly. They include important responsibilities and ideally are thought partners in guiding the work of us, mayor and council. One of the reasons I ran for office is because I wanted to increase the representation and visibility of Ward 5 residents across our local governance. BCCs play a strong role in Tucson, and I have seen how they have an even more visible presence in our communities across the U.S. We could bring more of that energy here, inside here, beginning with strong recognition and consistent communication with those who serve. To our city clerk's office and our new city clerk, Marissa Stoller, I look forward to partnering with you to making our BCCs even more meaningful. To my Ward 5 constituents and for everyone watching online, consider this as my commitment to maintain that communication between the Ward 5 office and our BCC appointees. Today, I'm thrilled to welcome our Ward 5 board, committee, and commission members, some of them, to City Hall today. Can you please stand so we can recognize and thank you for your commitment to serving our community? Willie Blake, 2018 Parks and Connections Bond Oversight Commission. And if we could hold the applause for the end. Lizzie Golden, Art and Community Design Committee, Public. Joseph Rocky Rivera Jr., Commission on Climate, Energy, and Sustainability. Ronnie Reyna, Convention Center Commission, Tucson. Lovely Gathner, Economic and Workforce Development Selection Committee. Polly Parks, Environmental Services Advisory Committee. Rhonda Kendrick Mons, Historic Commission, Tucson, Pima County. Belen Sick, Human Relations Commission. And if you can wave too, so everyone knows who you are. Jenna Lynn Lozana, Independent Oversight and Accountability Commission. Josue Romero, Commission on LGBTQ+. Valerie Lane, Planning Commission. Tito Romero, Small Minority and Women-Owned Business Commission. Triana Wilhite, Small Minority and Women-Owned Business Commission. Malia Flores, Tucson Transit Advisory Committee. And if there was anyone I'm missing, if not, let's give them a round of applause. And I move to approve the appointments of the report.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Congratulations.
Thank you all.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for your willingness to serve. We really appreciate your time, your effort, and your caring for the city of Tucson and all of the work that, because of you all, we do at mayor and council at the policy level. Thank you so much, and congratulations. So there's a motion, it was Kevin. So with a motion and a second, is there any further discussion on this item?
Before you leave, come see our Ward 5 staff. Thank you. Thank you all for being here, and hope you come back.
Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any against? Motion carries. Let's see, now we move on to item 3.
Item 3, Mayor and Council Report, Summary of Current Events.
City Manager's Communication Number 54, dated March 3rd, is received into and made part of the record. This time has been scheduled to allow for members of the Mayor and Council to report on current events. These are to be current events of activities within the community, not position statements on policy issues. Does any council member have anything to report at this time? Yes, I see some head nodding. I will ask Councilwoman Lee to see if you have any reports, summary of current events, Councilwoman?
Thank you, Mayor. No announcements tonight. Thank you.
Okay, so we're going to start with Vice Mayor and then come down the dais.
All right, thank you, Mayor. So on February 21st, I had the honor, along with Council Member Barajas, to participate in the commemorative hike celebrating the life and legacy of Lorraine Lee, someone who was incredibly special to not only each of us, but also Tucson. And so we gathered at the Lorraine Lee Hidden Canyon Trail, not just for a walk, but to remember her spirit, her leadership, and her deep love for this land and our community. We got to share blessings, reflections along the trail that were a powerful reminder of how much she gave to Tucson. And I just want to give some love to Councilmember Barajas and having the foresight of creating Reinas Who Hike to bring women in our community together and to continue being good stewards of our outdoors. So thank you, Councilmember Barajas. And then on February 25th, the Ward 1 and Ward 5 office co-hosted an RTA Next Q&A session to help neighbors learn more about the proposal of the $2.67 billion transportation plan and what it could mean for our community. I want to thank everyone who showed up and asked questions and stayed engaged. These joint sessions matter. They help keep our neighbors informed and connected to the decisions shaping our city. And I'm really looking forward to hosting more of them together in the future, Council Member. And then this past weekend, I was really encouraged having the opportunity to spend time with Congresswoman Delia Ramirez from Illinois' 3rd District. I left that time feeling deeply inspired. Congresswoman leads with clarity, courage, and a deep sense of responsibility to the people who sent her to Washington. She carries her community with her, their struggles, their hopes, their values. And it was just a reminder that leaders don't just appear in Congress, they get there because communities show up for them. So it was such a blessing to get to spend time with her, as some of y'all also did. So this coming Sunday, March 8th, is International Women's Day. And I have the great pleasure to co-lead the monthly Fuga ride out of the Ward 1 office with Councilmember Miranda Schubert. We will be leaving the Ward 1 office we meet at 9 and we usually leave around 9:30, and we'll be heading to the Ward 6 office. So we're celebrating International Women's Day and inviting the community to bring your moms, your daughters, your sisters, your comadres, and your friends that were writing for the women who built this city, for the girls who are rising into power, and for every mujer who refuses to be sidelined. So that's at the Ward 1 office, 940 West Alameda Street. And then Thursday, March 12th at 9 a.m., join us for the South 12th Avenue celebration and cleanup. Join the mayor's office, Ward 1 and Ward 5, to celebrate the recent completion of the Green Stormwater Infrastructure Project on South 12th Avenue and take part in a community cleanup. We'll come together to care for this corridor, connect with neighbors, and recognize the impact of this important investment. We're going to be meeting at 520 West Drexel Road, which is the northeast corner of 12th Avenue and Drexel. Food will be provided. Thank you.
Councilmember Dahl?
Thank you, Mayor. 2 items. But first, an advertisement. All of us have newsletters, the mayor and all of us. Some of them are monthly, some of them are weekly. If you can go to any of our websites and sign up to get them. If you don't like them, you can turn it off. But they have lots of announcements of things that are happening citywide or locally in our ward. I want to mention 2 things. March 14th and 15th is the Tucson Book Festival at the University of Arizona. You don't even have to read to go and enjoy it. There's places for kids. There's a science area where everybody who does science on campus has booths, and you can do things and see things. It's great with kids. It's a time when you're on campus, there's food. You can explore some of the things that are on campus that are pretty neat. One I want to point out is the African American Museum of Southern Arizona. It's a little treasure that displays in very interesting form the history of African Americans and how important they were and are to Tucson. It's not open all the time. It'll be open on Saturday from 10 to 4. If you can't do it during the book festival, it's open on other days too. I encourage you, even though I'm a little late for Black History Month. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Barajas.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, our Ward 5 Fiesta open house was a huge success. Thank you to all the 400 plus community members who joined us, as well as you, Mayor, Councilmember Schubert, Vice Mayor Santa Cruz, and I know from your office, Michael Slick Edmonds, for being there. And to all the Ward 5 vendors and entertainers who helped make it such a wonderful, positive celebration. Our Ward 5 team looks forward to welcoming the community into our office for more events and collaborations. As our Vice Mayor shared, on February 21st, I was so happy to join the mayor's team and you, Vice Mayor, for a hike along the Lorraine Lee Hidden Canyon Trail, led by the University of Arizona Student Culture and Engagement Hub and faculty connected with the Asian Pacific American Studies in collaboration with my amazing Reinas who hike. It was beautiful to see over 100 hikers join us to remember and honor Lorraine Lee's legacy. Thanks to the Capuli for the blessings offered, to the Lee family, to the close friends, and to Dr. Jacqueline Barrios, Kenny Wong, Kenny Importante, and all the student workers from the University of Arizona for organizing this powerful gathering. Coming together with the community to remember, to be inspired, and to honor Lorraine Lee's legacy was a powerful, memorable experience. Last week, one of my favorite weeks of the year, Rodeo Week. We were proud to participate in the 101st La Fiesta de los Vaqueros, including the Tucson Rodeo and the parade. As a great-great-granddaughter of Tucson's original vaqueros, it is an honor to serve the community where these time-honored traditions continue to thrive. And shout out to my nephew and my niece and my brother for participating in the rodeo again year after year. This past weekend, our office partnered with the Sunnyside Foundation and Ward 1 for a cleanup in the Sunnyside neighborhood. Thank you to everyone who volunteered. These Southside cleanups focus on tackling the heat-vulnerable areas across Tucson and help keep our neighborhoods safe and welcoming. Please save the date for our next Sunnyside Foundation cleanup, Sunday, April 12th. The location will be announced soon. For the month of February, I enjoyed reading to students for Love of Reading, and yesterday for Dr. Seuss Day. Thank you to the following schools for opening their doors and classrooms at Rivera Elementary School, Holiday, Miller, Pueblo Gardens K-8, Cabot, Gallego Primary, Elvira Elementary, and Craycroft Elementary. And thank you to all the educators, the staff, principals, and of course the students for inspiring a love of reading. I was proud to join the Tucson Fire Department in celebrating the new Tucson Fire Station 14, funded by voter-approved Proposition 101. The new station replaces the 50-year-old Liberty Avenue facility and strengthens emergency response for our growing community, especially here in Ward 5. Thank you to the Station 14 crew for your service. Together, we continue building a stronger, safer, more connected community. Lastly, please don't forget to vote for Propositions 418 and 419. Your voice matters, and together we will shape the future of our city. Please return your ballot as soon as possible to ensure it is received by Election Day, March 10th. This election is county-wide, and there are no polling places or voting centers, so you can drop off your ballot at a ballot drop box or return location, or return to a ballot replacement site by 7 p.m. on Election Day. If you want more information, please visit pima.vote. Thank you.
Councilmember Schubert.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. My current event report is going to start with a traffic violence report, which I started at the last meeting, but I'll have these regular report outs of current statistics about what has happened since the last meeting, just to kind of have a running tally of how we're doing on tackling this really important issue to community members. Last week, I only included fatalities, but this week I've included some injuries. And just a little note about that. I mean, at the Ward 6 office, we had a conversation with our local TPD officers about what kinds of reports we want to receive and what we want to be notified about. And when we talked about car crashes, immediately we realized, like, oh, no, we don't necessarily want to receive just the injuries because there's far too many. We would just get texted all the time. But I guess I've reflected on that since then and thought, you know, I shouldn't de-emphasize serious car crashes where there are injuries. You know, like many others in Tucson, even on our own council, you know, Vice Mayor Santa Cruz personally experienced the impacts of having a traffic-related injury. And, you know, sure, it's great that the person, you know, didn't lose their life, but they may be facing extensive physical therapy and recovery, expensive medical bills, lost wages. So all of that is to say I'll be reporting on serious crashes and fatalities in the coming weeks, and I'm just going to be focusing on whatever's happened between meetings. So on February 18th, a pedestrian suffered serious injuries in a crash. On February 20th, a 29-year-old man was found by the side of the road and transported to a local hospital. He had multiple injuries after being hit by a car. On February 22nd, a woman died after she was hit by a car. That was a hit and run. On February 24th, a 56-year-old died from her injuries after being hit by one of the vehicles that was involved in a two-vehicle crash involving speeding. She was actually found lying in cacti on the side of the road by emergency responders. And this crash on February 24th was the fourth fatal pedestrian accident in southern Arizona in less than 1 week, and the sixth that occurred in February. On March 1st, a tragic crash at the intersection of East Valencia and South Country Club on Sunday claimed the lives of 3 young adults, 2 20-year-olds and an 18-year-old, all of whom were declared dead at the scene. Another passenger, a 19-year-old, sustained life-threatening injuries and was hospitalized. And another thing happened on March 1st. A pedestrian also suffered life-threatening injuries after being hit by a car that was going approximately 35 miles per hour. He was transported to the hospital. So it's my hope in future meetings that at some point we'll have a meeting where maybe there's one or no car crashes. Okay, so moving on with my current events report. In past events, on Saturday, February 21st, I attended the Arroyo Chico Pollinator Garden Neighborhood Cleanup and Planting event. The pathway that we were working on that morning was the product of a Just Communities Arizona Community Safety Incubator Project, a grassroots initiative that lets neighborhoods develop their own approaches to creating safe, connected spaces without relying on traditional security measures. So that was a really nice morning out with the neighbors. On Sunday, February 22nd, I joined Jobs with Justice in Branch 704, our local National Association of Letter Carriers chapter, at their Fight Like Hell rally. Also in attendance were Congresswoman Audit and Senator Priya Sundaresan. It was a wonderful opportunity to connect with our local letter carriers and support their call for a fair contract. We also, at the Ward 6 office, the Ward 6 office has been engaging with the proposed parking fee changes. So we held a parking listening session on February 24th at the Coalition Space just off of 4th Avenue. And we really appreciated the opportunity to get together with local business owners, residents, and community leaders to discuss key concerns and ideas for improving parking and experiences around 4th Avenue and downtown. Also on February 24th, that night, I co-hosted an energy rates town hall with Tucson DSA in order to give constituents an opportunity to share how TEP's proposed rate increase would impact them. So we really appreciate everybody who came out and shared about that. On February 26th, as Councilwoman Barajas mentioned, Kylie and I were honored to ride in a wagon during the 101st Annual Tucson Rodeo Parade, the only non-motorized parade in the entire country. And then also shout out to the UA Wildcats who beat the Iowa State Cyclones last night, clinching the Big 12 Conference Championship. We wish the Wildcats a wild and exciting March Madness, which kicks off with the conference tournament this weekend in Kansas City. So congratulations on an incredible season. And then upcoming current events for Ward 6. A public meeting regarding the proposed alternatives for the Alamo Wash Greenway project will happen at the Ward 2 office tomorrow. That's Wednesday, March 4th from 5:30 to 6:30 p.m. For anybody who would like to provide comments about the proposed parking fee changes, we have a parking listening session that's virtual. That's happening on Thursday, March 5th at 6 p.m. I also wanted to share that Attorney General Chris Mays has been seeking public comment about the TEP rate increases. There's several upcoming sessions coming up on March 19th, March 23rd, and April 1st. Reach out to the Ward 6 office if you need that information. And then we're really looking forward to co-hosting the Fuga ride from the Ward 1 office to the Ward 6 office on Sunday, March 8th for International Women's Day. It's gonna be a nice ride. I can picture the route in my head. It's very low pressure, very easy. We'll definitely go down 3rd Street. That's one of my favorites. So we hope to see you all out there. And again, that's gonna be the morning of Sunday, March 8th. Thank you so much.
I love the way that we're going to celebrate International Women's Day. Really love the Fuga rides that are organized, and I was, scooching over to tell Councilmember Schubert that way I'm going to celebrate International Women's Day is waking up late in my bed and having breakfast in bed. But I totally admire the way that you are all really leading on that ride, which is really important. I too had the wonderful pleasure of spending some time with Congresswoman Delia Ramirez from Congressional District 3 in Chicago. It was really amazing to be able to have that time one-on-one and be able to huddle up and work and plan and share ideas on how to make sure that we're representing the voices of our community well. Congresswoman Adelita Grijalva was also there. Attorney General Chris Mays was there, and it's pretty amazing how we all see each other. And in a matter of seconds, we start talking about how we collaborate and make sure that we are doing more for our communities. I want to personally recognize that at that gathering, we celebrated a legacy award for a woman that has impacted our community for decades here in Tucson, and that was Councilwoman Karen Ulick, who is my friend. She's my mentor. She opened doors for me. And I believe deeply that because of her and other women council members, you see a majority of women in council. and being able to have like 3 Latinas and 2 queer women and moms. And it really is something that Council Member Karen Ulick really helped shape. And then, of course, her policy issues that shape Ward 3 and later Ward 6 policies that represented Tucsonans very well. I want to also recognize Naomi de la Rosa, who is here tonight on a separate issue, but Naomi was recognized as a rising star. Let's recognize her. And, Vice Mayor talked about the women shaping our path into the future. We have, the past and the present and the leaders that are now leading us that are young people. It's really exciting to be able to have that in our community. Thank you so much. It was an amazing day with so many other women leaders and our allies. Again, I wanted to mention that today is the last day to mail your ballot. We're in the middle of an election in Pima County, so make sure that if you don't mail your ballot by today, you turn in your ballot in person on election day, which is March 10th. I know that there's going to be several voting sites throughout the city and the county. March 10th is election day and polls close at 7 p.m. You can also find a secure drop-off box throughout the county. I think there's one at 240 South Stone Avenue at the recorder's office, or you can find further information at www.recorder.pima.gov to make sure that you are either taking your ballot with you from now to March 10th, or turn it in on election day, which is March 10th. Also, I want to invite the community. I want to encourage everyone to join and provide mayor and council your input on finalizing land use rules and regulations for data centers here in Tucson. March 4th, Planning and Development Services Department will be hosting a virtual meeting from 11 a.m. to 1 p.m., another in-person meeting on March 5th at Rincon University High School from 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. There was a previous meeting that took place at Pueblo High School that my daughter attended. So these meetings are being done geographically around town to make sure that people have the ability to attend them and give your input. You can register for both of these events at tucsonaz.gov by searching for Data Centers Unified Development Code amendments. Back in August of last year, or was it June, we had in front of us, of mayor and council, the possibility of approving a data center. And at that time, I asked my colleagues on the council to support direction to update our zoning requirements. And we put a moratorium on data center development in the city of Tucson. Well, we cannot live with a moratorium on data centers forever. We do have to work on creating land use codes that will protect our community and will finalize permanent rules and regulations to make it hard for data centers to come to the city of Tucson. I am personally very disheartened by misinformation being spread online. These community engagement sessions are meant for the city to continue working together with community and your input to establish strict land use rules and regulations, including a process that requires an extensive formal zoning review, a neighborhood meeting, and explicit mayor and council approval. Please make sure that you are actually getting correct information and skip the misinformation as to what people are trying to tell you that data centers are lurking for approval in the city of Tucson. This land use code process is the process to make sure that we provide permanent rules and that we really make sure that we have maximum security and protection for our community. So if you feel strongly about how many square feet of space should trigger these rules and regulation, we want to hear from you. We want to hear your perspective on noise standards, water use, and other issues that data centers often bring with them. We want to make sure that you are part of the decision-making and that you give us your input. So we must put a process in place that is predictable, clear, and protects our precious desert water resources and our community. I want to ensure that any future development is aligned with our community's input, environmental stewardship, and long-term community sustainability. On that note, that is the end of our summary of current events. We move on to item 4.
City Manager's Report, Summary of Current Events.
City Manager's Communication number 55, dated March 3rd, is received into and made part of the record. This time has been scheduled to allow the City Manager to report on current events.
Thank you, Mayor. 2 things for tonight. One is just a reminder that the 22nd Street Bridge replacement project is underway, and 22nd Street is currently closed between Tucson Boulevard and Cherry Belle Avenue, including access to northbound Aviation Parkway, and eastbound turns from Aviation Parkway onto 22nd Street are not permitted. So please look out for detours. Please be careful in the area, and please look forward to a couple of years from now when we have a new connection across those features at the 22nd Street Bridge. The other item is a point of personal privilege. I just want to take a moment to acknowledge my wife, Christina, and today being our 25th anniversary. Thank you. Every year I celebrate my birthday with the start of a new fiscal year, July 1st. And occasionally I get to celebrate my anniversary with you folks. And the fact that we've lasted 25 years shows that she is patience is a virtue, and I'm the luckiest man in the world. Thank you for that time.
Congratulations, Mr. Manager. And we really appreciate Christina for, sharing you. Alrighty, item 5.
Liquor license applications.
City Manager's Communication number 56, dated March 3rd, is received into and made part of the record. Ms. Clerk, please read the liquor license agenda.
Your Honor, on the evening's agenda, we have 3 applications for new licenses, 5 applications for special events. All applications are in compliance with city requirements. An appropriate motion will be to forward items 5B 1 through 3 and 5C 1 through 5 to the State Liquor Board with a recommendation of approval.
May I have a motion, please?
So moved.
Second.
There is a motion and a second. Any further discussion on this? Hearing none, all those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
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 Any against? Motion carries. Thank you, Ms. Clerk. Item 6.
Consent agenda.
Ms. Clerk, do you have any announcement for item 6, which is called to the audience?
Yes. At this time, any member of the public is allowed to address the mayor and city council on any issue except for items scheduled for a public hearing at the meeting. Call to the audience will last for 30 minutes and speakers are limited to 3-minute presentations. The green light will turn on when you're called to speak. It will turn yellow when you have 30 seconds remaining, and it will turn red and beep when your time is up. After that time, please conclude your comments.
Ms. Clerk, do we have any requests to speak?
Yes. Ooh.
We got a fair amount, a big pile. I'm going to try and run through these as much as we possibly can during the allotted time. And if you all are here to speak, to call to the audience, and you hear someone else say what you were thinking, please make sure that you cut it short if you can, but you do have 3 minutes and you can use them all if you want. But if you want to allow for others to speak, please make some room for them. So our first speaker is Bruce Plank.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and council members. I was here earlier visiting with you during your study session, and I mostly wanted to thank all of you for taking the time to fully consider the range of options that have been presented regarding municipalization of power or various other alternatives. I think this is a very, very important decision that to be made for all of us. And I think it's great. I appreciate particularly Councilmember Schubert and you, Madam Mayor, to get this on the agenda. And the discussion this morning was very interesting. I'm very much looking forward to the report from CCES and continued involvement. And I think, again, it's really important to have continued public involvement. So I'm hoping there are plenty of opportunities for hearing public hearings on that, and I would be remiss if I didn't say that there was a note in there that the franchise agreement and the energy collaboration agreement will be coming up very shortly, and I'm hoping that that will get the same kind of thorough consideration, public comments, public hearings, and so forth, as you outlined for the municipalization ideas. So thank you. I look forward to see what happens on those other things.
Thank you, Mr. Plank. Scott Hancock.
He's not here yet. He's on his way.
We'll try and call him up. Everest Sip, I believe it is.
Hi, my name is Everest Sip. I am here to talk about public power. True public power. Not a competition to TEP, but ownership for the people, by the people. Having public power, public ownership in Tucson would be a lifesaver. Electric bills would be on average 15% cheaper. Tucson would be able to invest what now TEP gives to rich investors back to infrastructure in underinvested and overwhelmed neighborhoods. These same families, working families, would see better service. In Arizona alone, SRP, a publicly owned power company, serves Phoenix, and they rank lower in cost for monthly bills and are more reliable. 10 to 13% lower cost and top 10% for reliability, where TEP is maybe in the top 25%. And this is even with the Phoenix summer heat. Tucson needs this, and we need it now. Waiting and kicking the can down the road only sets us up for failure. Please have more courage. Go big and help my friends, family, grandparents, school, community center, library, all save 10 to 15% off their budget now.
Thank you for participating. Carissa Sip. Carissa Sip.
Sorry, I wasn't ready. I will make it quick. Gotta find my speech. First, I want to thank Vice Mayor Santa Cruz for keeping the public power conversation going. Miranda, thank you for also introducing it and being in the conversation. I want to thank you for your time today and your work on the behalf of the community. The decisions before you regarding our energy future are complex and they are consequential. They are essential to our climate commitments and to the long-term resilience of our city. That is precisely why I'm concerned about the process we've seen so far. We want to make sure that by inviting only for-profit power providers to the table, the discussion, I don't want it to be narrowed to what truly is there. We can't have for-profit without the people there at the table at the same time. I want the council to have the ability to fully evaluate all viable options on behalf of the residents, particularly at a time when climate stability and infrastructure resilience must guide every major policy decision. Energy policy today is climate policy. It determines how quickly we reduce emissions and how effectively we transition to renewables, and how prepared we are for extreme weather, grid disruptions, and rising costs. A resilient community is one that has control, flexibility, and accountability built into a system. Public power is not theoretical. It is operating successfully in major cities today. These systems demonstrate that community ownership can support ambitious renewable targets, long-term infrastructure planning, and rate structures designed for stability rather than shareholder return. There is clear examples of successful public power In Winter Park, the city municipalized the system in 2005 after purchasing the local grid from Process Energy, citing reliability and accountability concerns. Since then, the city-owned utility has reportedly improved reliability and strong customer satisfaction. I'm not asking you tonight to go with public power. I'm just asking you to give it a shot. Don't shut the door now because we need a climate solution. We're hot. I rode here. It's 90 degrees outside and I'm riding my bike around and it is hot. I mean, I can't bring water in here and I'm dying and I'm about to leave to go get some water. But I can only imagine. Yeah. Okay.
There's water
But I
here.
didn't know that, yeah.
We don't want you to pass out.
But I mean, like, this is the situation for a lot of neighborhoods. And so what we're asking for is that 10 to 15% reduction in financial, and then that is grid stability. I think it could be your best option, and we don't want to close the door. You can't close the door because it will become more expensive for us to do the right thing in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zip. Sarah Roberts.
Hi, good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Sarah Roberts, and I'm a longtime volunteer with the Josefina Ahumada Workers Center and Arizona Jobs with Justice and the Tucson Rapid Response Network. And I know that we've all probably been aware of several violent and abusive incidents that have happened in our community and in many other communities, but here too, stops and detentions by ICE agents and unidentified masked in unmarked cars. So actually, I'm here to speak out in support of the administrative directive on property belonging to or subject to the control of the city. That directive would say that it may not be used or in connection with a staging area, processing location, or operations base for unauthorized civil law enforcement actions, including civil immigration enforcement. So I just want to say I'm fully in support of this, and I want to thank you for considering this and urge you to approve it. This is about keeping our parks and public spaces safe for our community members, for all community members, and for building trust with the city and with local law enforcement. And in addition, this item relates to the Plan Tucson's social environment goal, which says a community that is healthy physically, mentally, economically, and environmentally. That's what we would like to see. I also urge you to monitor and keep record of when and if this directive is violated and to find an enforcement mechanism to address this. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Roberts. I believe this is Geraldine Lizana. Oh, Jenalyn. Hello.
Hello. All right, time's going. All right, Madam Mayor and City Council members, my name is Jenalyn Lozana. I'm a retired veteran and a resident of Ward 5. I'm here to discuss RTA Next props and 418 and 419. So I understand why some of our leaders here and people in the city are critical of RTA Next, and I think we should be cautious about how we make these major decisions. However, from where I sit, working in underserved neighborhoods all over Tucson in senior healthcare, the one thing they all have in common is that seniors and our disabled citizens and community members need transportation. And I can say that the need for transportation and keeping it free is critical for their public health and safety. So it's important for us to understand that just how many people use public transportation to just get around for doctor's appointments, grocery shopping, seeing loved ones, going to the pharmacy, fitness classes, and building community. And not everyone has someone to drive them around, like when they can no longer get around or afford a car or afford gas. Free and safe transportation supports their opportunity for dignity and independence. Having to pay fare will be devastating for them. This population, is making really tough choices between medicine or food, and then we're going to add, reliable transportation. So no one in here could ignore the unpredictability we're living in during this time. Federal decisions on funding have slashed grants, even impacting places like our School for the Deaf and Blind. Medicaid already took a hit, and we know that Medicare and Social Security might not look the same or exist as we know it. It makes me uncomfortable denying people this opportunity and to extend this really impactful benefit that we have while living in our beautiful city. So without raising taxes, this plan also addresses the public call for more security in our transit system. From what I see, it also, addresses urban sprawl, and I know there is some comment on that, but I don't think we can overlook that it includes safety and ADA transportation benefits for our Tohono O'odham Nation and Pascua Yaqui Reservation members. Let's see, 30 seconds, I'm gonna use it all. Urban sprawl is something we can't control, and for the lack of a better phrase, RTA Next is not a magic bullet, but affordability is a nationwide problem, and without lower prices for purchasing a home in the city of Tucson or anywhere, people will continue to seek homes outside of city limits. I know it's not perfect, but it's something we can actually control, and I'd love to see the city of Tucson approve this measure. Thank you. 3 seconds.
Thank you so much. Patricia Burrell, I believe it is.
My name is Patricia Bowerly. I'm a Tucson resident, and I'm speaking about urging City Council to ban all data centers. Please ban any and all data centers within and intersecting with your jurisdiction, whether referred to as a data center or not, for the following reasons. Data centers consume massive amounts of electricity, water, and fossil fuels, and pollute the air and water and increase noise pollution. Data centers are a major threat to our environment and climate and exacerbate climate problems. Data centers increase the cost for community members, including for working families and other residents, such as seniors and persons with disabilities. Although one or more data centers may promise to offer a benefit of more reclaimed water in the future, there is no guarantee of such, and Pima County cannot afford to take any risk pertaining to our limited water. Even if Pima County has been using less water than allocated, situations could change at any time, including the amount of water allotted and or available to Pima County. Proposed data centers have been shrouded in secrecy, which raises so many suspicions that if more were known by the public, there would likely be much more public outcry against such. Also, secrecy often shrouds wrongdoing. Democrats have urged investigation of Commerce Secretary for boosting AI data centers that may enrich his entire family. What are the other potential conflicts of interest, financial and or otherwise, do proponents of the data centers have? Data centers may be subject to a potential AI bubble, from which they may likely be economic and fallout and problems. Data centers have grossly overestimated the potential benefits and grossly underestimated the potential risks and or harms. Data centers, including any data center for cloud computing or cloud backup, are often developed for the purpose of artificial intelligence, and there are so many problems and concerns with AI, such as its lack of conscience, lack of empathy, ability to implement cyber attacks for which defenses aren't ready, and accelerating at dangerous speeds. AI safety experts have departed from AI firms with dire warnings about catastrophic safety risks. Thermodrone footage shows Musk's AI power plant flouting clean air regulations. AI tends to exacerbate human biases. AI seems to undermine medical education, and medical doctors may never learn vital skills. Construction, development, and or hosting of data centers risk potential expensive lawsuits. Other locales within USA have made significant progress towards banning data centers in their jurisdictions. For more information, please refer to my letters and emails dated July 27, 2025, December 14, 2025, and March 2nd, 2026, each with citations. Please ban data centers. Thank you for your attention to these matters.
Thank you, ma'am. Mary DeCamp. Mary DeCamp.
Thank you. Hi, Mary DeCamp, Building Community in Tucson. Last Saturday was the Tucson Peace Fair and Music Festival. Concurrently, my country's president declared war on Iran. I'm whipsawed between hope and despair. Said president wants to shoot people like me in the knees and label us domestic terrorists. Lock us up in expensive but poorly run prisons owned by his friends. My president reveres power, money, and dominance. I prefer human connection, compassion, and care as defining social ethos. Peace is cheaper, healthier, more sustainable, and more fun than war. Now stop rolling your eyes. I'll bring this to a city level now. I'm old, I'm poor, I'm female. I have no power, little money, and no dominance. Honestly, I believe if we all collectively adopt the mindset that contributing more in life than you take out leads to healthier, happier, more sustainable, and more fun society than you get when everyone is competing to take out more than they put in. A strong social fabric is woven with relational threads. Strong social fabric reflects lots of cross-cutting ties formed by friends, family, co-workers, and neighbors. Weak social fabric shows few and faulty human connections. It's characterized by isolation, despair, and fear. Not fun or beneficial for any but a few elite strong men like Jeffrey Epstein. At 3:33 a.m. on this third day of the third month, there was a lunar eclipse, a blood moon. Now, in astrology, eclipses are high-stakes cosmic plot twists. Eye roll ready? In numerology, 3 represents creativity, community, self-expression, and social connection. Maybe my president will overcome his aggressive winner-take-all, dog-eat-dog, be a user or be a loser attitude. Maybe become more like our compassionate, creative, capable city council. Diverse and mostly female too. Ugly or yeah? Thank you for investing in Santa Rita Park and Armory Park. Thank you for your service.
Thank you, Mary. Seth Wide or Whitey? Seth Wide. Whitey. I'm sorry. Wide.
Thank you for the opportunity to address you this evening. I'm here today to thank you, first of all, for continuing the conversation on public power. And as a native Arizonan and also a member of the Raledo neighborhood, I would like you to consider taking over TEP. And I'll just leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you, Seth. Eva Carrillo Dunn. Eva Carrillo Dunn. Eva Carrillo Dunn.
Good evening. My name is Eva Carrillo Dong, and first of all, I want to thank the mayor and city council for being proactive. I feel that evil things are happening in our country right now that are causing fear, mistrust, and confusion. And I feel this administrative directive that we're going to be talking about today goes a long way in addressing what is happening in this country, but also in Tucson. First of all, I feel that you've done a really good job of planning the directive, of working on the directive. The directive cannot be, put down because it's not doing what it has to be doing as far as federal and state laws. And also, you've had it come through your city attorney, and so you saw and made sure that it was all going to be done properly. I really like this directive because it has a lot of consistency for the people that are going to have to implement it. It tells them exactly what they have to do and how to do it, and it gives them a lot of training in order to do this. Our employees are really needing training right now when it comes to these things that are happening. They're hearing about it here and there. They hear what happened in Minnesota, but they're also hearing what's going on here in Tucson. So having them, see this directive and get some training on it, I think is instrumental. We've been doing that at the public schools, making sure that they have training on what to do if a situation should arise at the schools. So I truly appreciate that you're going to have the training for the employees. I think that this is going to go a long way when it comes to also helping to build back trust in our community. A lot of the things that are going on, they see on TV or they hear about, and the trust that we have gained for our city government and for our police department is starting to wane. Only not because they're not doing what they're supposed to be doing, but because of what's been happening out there in the news. I feel that our TPD, when I've interacted with them or seen them, they're doing a fantastic job. Why? Because most of them are from Tucson. They're born and bred here in Tucson, and they have the same mentality of Tucson of we need to be there for one another and protect one another. I know a lot of them. I shook many of their hands as they came across the graduation stage back in the day, and they're very good people. And they had a lot of trust from the city and the residents, rather. But now things are happening where people don't know. Can we go and tell them? Can we say anything? And that becomes very dangerous for our city. It becomes dangerous because things that should be talked about, things that should be called for as far as the police are concerned, they're not happening. So I truly appreciate this directive, and I really hope that it goes through tonight, because I think it does nothing but support our city. Thank you.
Thank you, Eva. Alrighty, we have Reyes Suarez.
Thank you for having me on this fourth day of illegal war with Iran. I had a hard time deciding what to speak on tonight. There's so many terrible things happening. It feels like I'm being drawn and quartered. I just read we killed around 500 Iranians so far in this war. But right now I want to get started with the law. Law in general, not any specifics, but the capital L law. The purpose of the law was always to shape society to those who wrote it. But it wasn't really until 1215, when the Magna Carta was implemented, that it shifted the balance between the rulers of government and royalty to the people it constrained. It essentially means that no one is above the law. Now jump to modern day. We have a president who believes the law is only meant to constrain his enemies, and to which he and his in-group are unfettered. We have ICE agents who are violating so many amendments, it begins to question what even is the purpose of the Constitution if it won't be defended. First Amendment. ICE agents have violently shut down peaceful protests and denied people's right to document. Second Amendment. Alex Preddy was shot while carrying his gun. They used his right to carry as a reason for violence. He did not brandish or even threaten him with this weapon, but they shot him dead in the ground after it was stripped from him. Fourth Amendment. Claiming an administrative warrant is a basis for breaking and entering a home for arrest without even exigent circumstances, as well as unlawful seizure of people's documents, money, phones, and jewelry at these detention centers, and they don't get them back. Sixth Amendment, the right to speedy trial. Dulce Morales from Maryland was held 28 days when they wrongly claimed her birth certificate was falsified. Eighth Amendment, cruel and unusual punishment. Nur Alam was a 56-year-old blind refugee from Myanmar who was shot 5 miles from his house in freezing weather in Buffalo. He died from exposure. Ninth Amendment, violation of non-enumerated fundamental rights, such as parental rights, as in the abduction of Liam Conejo Ramos, refusing him to stay with his mother and taking him into detention with his father. The 10th Amendment, violation of states' rights to sovereignty and the punishment of sanctuary zones. Those are just the first 10. How many further violations must we suffer before our own police stop treating ICE like fellow law enforcement and instead treat them like the criminal conspiracy and secret police that they are? Kazmar, in a meeting with the Community Defense Task Force the day before he resigned, stated that he was directed by his superiors that his goal is to make sure the police do everything in their power to make sure we don't turn out like Minneapolis, not charging those who are violating the law. In essence, this means that we must duck our heads and shut down those who are trying to get accountability, not arrest those who are actively and blatantly violating our rights. And because of that, I name him and his superiors cowards. You don't duck and hide from fascism. You meet it head on and you tell it no more. You resist actively in all forms. As Desmond Tutu, who fought apartheid in South Africa, said, silence in the name of injustice is complicity.
Vanessa Gallego Lujan. Vanessa Gallego Lujan.
Good evening, buenas noches. My name is Vanessa Gallego Lujan. I'm a resident of Ward 1, work for my family's legacy businesses in Ward 5 and Ward 6, and I'm here to talk about my support for RTA Next, Prop 418 and 419. I am a ride leader for a local mobility justice group. I'm also a instructor for bicycling, teaching kindergartners, first graders, and second graders to ride on the south side. So it's with great pleasure that I speak to you why I'm supporting RTA Next. I will begin by saying that there's a meme out there that says, I used to be in La Calle. Clearly, I have not left the Calle. I'm in there more than ever. And it means so much when we talk about investment in these streets, because when I'm taking families, littles, and elders on rides in the street, we quickly notice the gaps and the lack of infrastructure, particularly in the south and west side. So when we talk about investments, there's some places that just cannot wait. 22nd Street. 2009, I was there at Santa Rosa Center with other legacy business owners of 22nd Street, residents, customers of 22nd Street, talking about what our street would look like. And we put a lot of time and energy. Years later, that project couldn't come about. And we've been patient. As someone who works right next to the railroad and that train on 22nd, I'm very patient. Many days, right? Many days and afternoons trying to reach work and trying to go home. And I know many of my neighbors and residents are the same. But when it comes to investment, we can only have patience for so long. In the hottest city in the country, I serve some of the most vulnerable in our community. Some of those come directly from Santa Rita Park and from that area. And we know what we're talking about when I mean vulnerable. And when we're talking about the hottest days on 22nd Street, where it begins the heat island effect, right? Starting on the south side. It really, really means life or death. I've lost count. We're talking about deaths on streets. Thank you so much, Councilmember Schubert, for bringing that to attention. I've lost count how many of my neighbors and customers have lost their lives on 22nd Street because of lack of infrastructure, lack of improvement for decades. And we can't wait. So I know many folks are on the same topic, right? Like, how do we make our streets safer, better? What's for our best interest? So I know that when I talk to the other side who's against RTA Next, we know we're talking about these communities as well. So this is why I had to come and say, I need to vote for RTA Next. Because it's not just about me, it's about these vulnerable communities, it's about my customers and the folks of the most vulnerable.
Thank you, Ms. Gallego.
Thank you.
Thank you. Paul Stapleton Smith. Paul Stapleton Smith.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and Council. Paul Stapleton Smith, proud resident of Ward 4, very grateful for the work that this council does. And I'm really taken with the comments that we've already had. But regarding city directive and the control of city property, that directive was, as our sister Ava said, was enormously thoughtful and very insightful. So I commend this mayor and I commend this council who has worked so hard and diligently. Of course, I'm a member of Jobs with Justice. Most of you know that. All of you up there know that. And if I may, because Eva said so much, I also want to address city staff here. I understand I'm addressing mayor and council, but I commend this staff. I know more than a little bit as a union organizer and as somebody who supports working people, what you are embroiled in now and likely will be again. This federal government has brought some of the most dangerous practices, both from policing standpoint, but as we continue, apparently we're building concentration camps all across this country. That's not an exaggeration, but our staff is going to have to carry out this directive. I have no doubt that it's going to pass and that it must pass. We elected you to be the fierce, wise, and compassionate, but really effective people that we need in these times. And I know that you've hired this staff to do that. And again, in fairness, I really admire the position that you didn't ask to be in, but all of us now are forced to be in. And so I think this, Mayor, honestly, you have astounding governance going on in this time and in this town where we have such cruelty and such danger in communities across this country. So thank you with that. And thank you to the staff. We're going to back you just as we have your backs on implementing this directive as we go forward. Thank you.
Thank you. And we've run out of time, but I'm going to do 2 additional speakers. Kimiko Washington. And then our last speaker will be Timothy Dang.
Thank you. Thank you for your time. Good evening, Mayor, Council. My name is Kimiko Washington. I'm from Ward 1. And last week, the Tucson Parks Meeting Commissioner Kathy Dong had shared that she refers to Rudy Garcia Park by its former name, Rodeo Park. She said that changing the name does not erase history. She also mentioned that when she drives by Rudy Garcia Park, that she sometimes wonders, who is Rudy Garcia, and then looks up the name. And that is exactly what I'm asking for today. Imagine driving by Mission Manor Park and seeing an aquatic center named for someone you do not know, Ocean Washington. You might ask, who is that? And you would look it up. You would learn that Ocean was an innocent young man shot and killed right there at Mission Manor Park, right there where we walk in holding our children's hands to go swimming, right there where families come to laugh and cool off, and where cement would cover the place where he took his last breath. Can we make it a place of joy? Ocean has a young daughter that will one day play at that aquatic center. What would it mean for her to see her father's name honored there? Not as a reminder of tragedy, but as a reminder that his life mattered. And I'm asking you to consider adding Ocean's name to the aquatic center. It would honor Ocean and all the lives lost in our city to senseless gun violence. It could include a message or a memorial that educates children and parents about gun safety and the real dangers our communities face. At Mission Manor and many schools in Tucson, children participate in active shooter drills. But what happens when there's a drive-by shooting at a park, a place where children are supposed to feel safe? We often honor people in our lives for their accomplishments. For example, Raul Grijalva has over 50 years of service during his life, and in elementary school was bearing his name since 1987, and a park adjacent to that. And in death, his name will also grace a federal building. We see parks and public spaces named for members of our community. I am the daughter of Bill and Roxanne Washington. Both my mother and father each served on the Tucson Police Department for 25 years. My father retired as a captain in 2009, and my mom retired as a detective in 2019. These are Ocean's grandparents. My son is Ocean Washington. Ocean was known as a peacemaker at St. John's Skate Park. He practiced BMX there and mentored young children learning how to ride, skateboard, and scooter. He encouraged them to help to keep up practicing, and he built community. And Ocean was tragically killed on October 18th, 2021 at Mission Manor Park. Construction on the Aquatic Center began on what would have been his 25th birthday, where he took his last breath. There now stands a dumpster. I'm asking the city to consider honoring Ocean by naming him on the Aquatic Center. Let us make this a place, one of joy. Let us remember his life, and let us advocate together to help stop gun violence in Tucson.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Washington. And our last speaker is Timothy Dang.
Hello, Mayor, Council. I'm Timothy Dang. I'm a Tucson resident. I'm just here speaking on my own behalf. I'm here again to encourage you to adopt the ACLU's draft executive order regarding politically motivated federal investigations. I understand you're busy with proper city business and that federal foolishness is making that more difficult. I appreciate what you're doing to handle that foolishness as much as you can with what you're already doing. But I'm going to ask you to keep doing more and to address this particular problem, especially because there's already a solution on the table. The problem is that the federal government might decide at any moment to launch a criminal investigation of a Tucson nonprofit, charity, or activist group, which it views as a political problem, and it would call that domestic terrorism. When that happens, federal agents, maybe the DOJ, maybe a Joint Terrorism Task Force, maybe the IRS, are likely to call Tucson City employees and request information and cooperation. Tucson can't stop a federal investigation, but Tucson doesn't have to voluntarily assist in politically motivated investigations either. The already drafted ACLU executive order provides a framework for city employees to say, that seems politically motivated, we're not going to help. I've sent each of you an email today with relevant links. It seems simple enough, so I'd appreciate if you discuss it with each other and move it forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for all of those that came to participate with Mayor and Council. We're moving on to item 7.
Consent agenda.
Reports from the city manager on the consent agenda are received into and made part of the record. Ms. Clerk, you are requested to read the consent agenda.
Item A, approval of remits. Item B, city vehicles, annual approval of exemption of certain city vehicles from bearing identifying marks. Item C, fiscal year 2026 through 2030, transportation art by youth public art funding. Item D, amendment to intergovernmental agreement for transportation funding between the City of Tucson and Regional Transportation Authority of Pima County for the Grant Road at Union Pacific Railroad Underpass Project. Item E, subword agreement with the City of Tucson and Goodwill Industries of Southern Arizona, Inc. Item F, comprehensive financial policies amendment for general fund reserve amounts.
May I have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So moved.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion on this? Hearing none, we do need to go to roll call.
Vice Mayor Santa Cruz?
Aye.
Councilman Dahl?
Aye.
Councilwoman Lee?
Aye.
Councilmember Barajas?
Aye.
Councilmember Schubert?
Aye.
Mayor Romero?
Aye. The item on the consent agenda is approved by a vote of 6-0. Item 8.
Policy prohibiting the use of city property for civil law enforcement operations.
City Manager's communication number 64 dated March 3rd is received into and made part of the record. What is the council's pleasure on this item?
Madam Mayor, I move to authorize and approve the administrative directive.
There is a motion.
Second.
Motion and a second, a couple of seconds. Thank you all so much, and those that came to participate in this particular item. This policy, as we're moving it and we have it in front of you today, was an item that both the Vice Mayor Santa Cruz, and I brought to the table, and really was in preparation for the possibility of having the federal government and ICE agents being sent to the city of Tucson. This is something that I have been thinking about deeply since Trump was elected and took office in January of 2025. In the conversations that we have been having as mayor and council, we've had communication with the city attorney, the city manager, our emergency manager, our chief of police, to prepare ourselves with a strategic action plan for the possibility of either seeing the military sent to the city of Tucson, or in the case of Minneapolis, have thousands of agents sent to the city of Tucson. I've been having conversations with my fellow elected officials on every level of government, including our Congresswoman Grijalva, as well as Attorney General Mays. We recently had a conversation between Mayor Gallego and I, along with the governor, to talk about this and prepare ourselves to the possibility of this. Arizona is a politically viable state, I would say, in this election in this year. And there's a lot at stake. And I would venture to say there's a lot at stake for Trump and the Republican Party. And the reason I say this is because I really feel that Tucson and Phoenix will be targeted. It's not a matter of if, but when. And so being able to prepare ourselves, we do have an internal strategic plan with our emergency manager, our city attorney, and all of us. And we also need to make sure that we're preparing our community. We have a Know Your Rights website in English and Spanish that I requested the city manager to put forward for our community to see. We're in the process of translating it to different languages here in Tucson. I've done many messages to our community on my social media pages, both in English and in Spanish. I'm working with community organizations to really talk about who's doing what and how will we react as a community to when we see escalated efforts by the federal government and ICE agents being sent to the city of Tucson. This particular item was something that I wanted to make sure that we instituted in our community because of the time that we're living in, the fear and chaos that is being created. Bringing safety and certainty for Tucsonans is important to me. And we're using every tool possible to protect the safety and dignity of every Tucsonan. So I wanted to start with that, and I wanted to make sure that I invited the Vice Mayor to add anything if you'd like to, Vice Mayor.
Yes, thank you, Mayor.
Yeah, thank you, Vice Mayor.
I really, wanted to give my thanks to the city manager and city attorney for bringing this back to us following the direction we gave back in January. I think, Mayor, you covered, all the reasons why this is important. We also heard it from our call to the audience. I think it's important that our residents see public spaces as safe spaces for them to engage with their neighbors, with their families. And when those spaces no longer feel safe, it creates a lot of distrust and fear in our community. So we want to assure our community we're doing everything within our jurisdiction to make sure folks are taking advantage of accessing city services, whether it's our parks, our libraries, even though the libraries are in the county and they're going through their own similar process as the one that we are, but specifically even in reporting crimes, we want to make sure that we're not undermining public safety and our community trust. So with this directive, we're providing clear guidance for our departments and employees. It establishes protocols for identifying city-controlled property, posting signage, and ensuring that requests from outside law enforcement agencies are routed through the appropriate channels. It also maintains compliance with the law. This directive makes it clear that it's not interfering with lawful judicial warrants or criminal law enforcement activities, but ultimately this policy is reinforcing that city spaces exist to serve the public and their intended community uses. So our parks, facilities, public spaces should remain accessible and welcoming to the people who live here. So again, I appreciate your work, Mayor, and my colleagues here on the dais for supporting this measure, and for our city staff for putting this in front of us. So with that, Mayor, can I move? Minus, we have a,
Yeah, it's been moved.
oh, sorry.
It's been moved. It's been moved, but it is time for discussion, and I see the city attorney like raising his hands. So, Mr. Attorney?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, Mayor, Mr. Council. Just a quick adjustment to some of the language, just to make it clear that the ultimate authority for such requests made by law enforcement agencies would be with the city leadership. I've made a slight change to B3 under the civilian leadership or city leadership responsibilities. I can read that into the record if it's okay with you, Mayor. The city manager shall approve or deny any requests from local, state, or federal law enforcement agencies to engage in civil law enforcement of any kind on controlled city property consistent with this directive, and upon conferring with, which is the change, the chief of police of the Tucson Police Department, police chief. The police chief shall serve as a central contact for local, state, or federal law enforcement agencies making such requests. For each request, the police chief shall gather enough information to determine the impact of any proposed operation on city property and its use. And another change here, shall provide such information to the city manager with each request.
Thank you, Mr. Attorney. Also, I want to clarify as well, our City of Tucson selective staff is also being trained. So we are training our staff in terms of how to react and how to act when they are confronted with the possibility of having ICE agents on City of Tucson owned property. So that training is happening, and also we find it really super useful to make sure that we are prepared when this happens. So any other comments? Councilmember Dahl.
Madam Mayor, I think I need to accept that as a friendly amendment. Is that right?
The reading and what I read into the record,
Yes,
if you don't mind.
I don't mind.
Councilmember.
I accept. And who seconded it?
Second.
Yeah.
Alrighty, so read into the record the changes. Any other comments? Councilmember Barajas.
I just wanted to say that our vote sends a clear message that Tucson is committed to protecting the dignity, safety, and rights of our community. I'm incredibly proud to stand alongside you, Mayor and Vice Mayor, who introduced this legislation to take this step, along with my council colleagues and our city attorney, city manager, and the rest of the city leadership team for crafting this policy and voting to support it. I'm proud to live in a community where we stand up for our neighbors and come together to protect our civil and human rights. By establishing clear policies for any federal request to use city facilities, we are affirming our responsibility to govern with transparency, compassion, and accountability. This action reflects our shared values and our belief that local government should work to build trust, not fear, within the communities we serve. Standing together, we are doing what is right for our Tucson community and nation. Thank you.
Thank you. Any others? Councilmember Dahl.
I too appreciate the work of staff, and thank you, Vice Mayor and others, for bringing this to us. My weekly newsletter on Fridays, we have a regular feature we call Icebreaker, because what we learn about what's happening in Ward 3 and in the community, we want to put out there. It's a good pun. The better one was the penguin at the No Kings rally was saying that Tucson melts ice. Not bad either. Proud to be voting for this.
Any others? Alrighty, with that, I believe we need to go to roll call.
Councilmember Dahl.
Aye.
Councilmember Schubert.
Aye.
Councilmember Barajas.
Aye.
Councilwoman Lee.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Santa Cruz.
Aye.
Mayor Romero.
Aye. Motion passes. Congratulations. Thank you all for your work. Thank you for coming. And thank you for your continued work that you all do. Item 9.
Item 9, Annual Comprehensive Financial Report for fiscal year end June 30th, 2025, audit results.
City Manager's Communication number 63, dated March 3rd, is received into and made part of the record. Ms. Clerk, you are requested to read Resolution 24079 by number and title only.
Resolution number 24079 relating to finance, accepting fiscal year 2025 independent audit report and demonstrating compliance with ARS 41-1494.
Alrighty, Mr. Manager, did you have a presentation for this item?
Thank you, Mayor. No presentation, but we do have a member of Forvis Mazars, which is the independent auditor for our ACFR that you're hopefully going to take action on tonight. And she would like to make a few comments about how awesome my staff is. So
We would love
if you would mind
to.
joining us at the microphone. Thank you.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, Council. Thank you all so much for allowing me to be here tonight. I won't take up too much of your time, but I do just want to hit a few highlights. So the Annual Comprehensive Financial Report for fiscal year 2025 is finalized. It was finalized in December. And I'm pleased to let you all know that the city received a clean, unmodified opinion on your financial statements. So that is the highest level of assurance that a government can achieve, and the city did receive that. I also want to point out a few other things, that we did not identify any audit adjustments or any audit findings. So for a city of your size, that is excellent, and kudos to the team that works on the financial statements. A couple of other things I also want to point out. The Governmental Accounting Standards Board, that is the governmental board that sets the policy that you all have to follow as a governmental entity. They have been very busy over the last several years issuing pronouncements. And so the city did implement 2 standards this year. And so for you as a city council, all you need to know is that you're up to date and in compliance with all GASBs that have been issued thus far. And then the last thing that I want to leave you with is, so in the thick book, it's 200 pages. I don't expect you all to read it cover to cover, but there's a few things that I want to point out. So the management's discussion and analysis is about 15 pages. It's a really, really good snapshot of what happened during the fiscal year. So I highly encourage you all to take a look at that. And then another thing that I want to point out is the city has received the prestigious Certificate of Achievement for Excellence in Financial Reporting for 42 consecutive years. So I do a lot of these presentations across the country. This is one of the longest standing trends that I have seen. So that's just a testament to the Business Services Department on your excellence in financial reporting. So that's my presentation tonight. We are done, a very clean audit. This is our second year working with the city, and we're very happy to be a partner with you all. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your work. And I know that you also personally interviewed mayor and council.
I did.
To make sure that you asked us, like, what is it that I should be looking at? And that opportunity to be able to give you input from a perspective of a, mayor that I've been mayor and council. I've spent 18 budget seasons here, and I deeply understand our budget. For us to be able to be given that opportunity, I really appreciate it as well. And kudos to our staff for the clarity of how we present our budget. And 42 years, right?
42
That is
consecutive years of
amazing.
achieving the excellence in financial reporting.
Thank you so much. Thank you for your work, and thank you to the team for your amazing work. Anna Rosenberry, Mr. Manager, they're pointing at each other. I know that we have Angel. Thank you so much, you and your team, for continuing the tradition and having 42 years of excellence in reporting in our budgets and financials. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Any questions or comments? Mr. Dahl.
Madam Mayor, I think it's appropriate that I move to pass and adopt resolution number 24079.
There is a motion.
I second.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, we do need to go to roll call.
Councilmember Dahl?
Aye.
Councilmember Barajas,
Aye.
Councilwoman Lee,
Aye.
Councilmember Schubert,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Santa Cruz,
Aye.
Mayor Romero.
Aye. Resolution 24079 passes by a vote of 6-0. Item 10,
Item 10, notice of intent to enter into a site-specific sales tax development agreement with Costco Wholesale.
City Manager's Communication Number 61 dated March 3rd is received into and made part of the record. Ms. Clerk, you are requested to read Resolution 24077 by number and title only.
Resolution number 24077 relating to economic development, adopting a notice of intent to enter a tax incentive development agreement with Costco Wholesale for a new retail warehouse and associated fuel facility located at 9748 East Old Vale Road, making certain findings with respect to that agreement and adopting an independent economic analysis relating to that agreement.
What is the council's pleasure?
Mayor, I move to pass and adopt Resolution 24077.
There is a motion.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, let's go to roll call.
Councilwoman Lee,
Aye.
Councilmember Dahl,
Aye.
Councilmember Barajas,
Aye.
Councilmember Schubert,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Santa Cruz,
Aye.
Mayor Romero.
Aye. Resolution 24077 passes by a vote of 6-0. Item 11,
Adjournment.
council will stand adjourned. The next regularly scheduled meeting will be on Tuesday, March 17th, 2026, at or a little after 5:30 p.m. Thank you all so much. Have a wonderful rest of your week.